What, do we have sound now? Let me see. Where is this thing here? There, okay. Fix. Sorry, I think I bumped into the mute button for a little bit. Well, I was just preparing anyway. So let me see. Seems like we have a bit of traffic, so I have to do the regular stuff. But I want to make a. This time I want to make a. The 4K podcast from here, so it doesn't become too repetitive. Oh, the infotainment here is really slow, man. It's like running on 286 CPU. I'm pressing some stuff, and then it takes like half a second for it to react on things. So yeah, it's interesting. This EV5 appears to have the same 81 kilowatt battery as the EV3, but this EV5 charges a lot faster. It has a nice charging curve. Okay, so the plan is just to chill here in the left lane for a bit, and then start my 4K podcast. That should be good. Oh, okay, that's a bummer. I'll find out in late July then, but okay, let me prepare that. Yo, what's up? We are now sitting in a Kia EV5. This is a long range front wheel drive. And yes, today I will talk about something different, but it is car related. It is USB-C. Yes, I love USB-C, and I cannot lie, because I see that more and more devices use USB-C, and I mean, we have those other USB plugs. Actually, many car reviewers, they just tend to call them USB and then USB-C, but the USB they call, that's actually USB-A, the squared plug. You know, the USB plug where you need at least 3 to 5 attempts to successfully plug it in. Yeah, so what is so wonderful about USB is that it's unidirectional, what they will call it. You can plug it in either direction or upside down, whatever, and it works. Wait, is this car camping? Yes, it is. Okay. freaking campers, man. I'm actually doing a 1,000 kilometer challenge. I just left Yes home, so yeah. But yeah, so I will touch into the whole USB-C thing. Plus, also maybe what we heard recently, Elon tweeted about that. You know, we should get rid of AC and only use DC. Yeah, I'll come back to that also. But first, let's talk about USB here. USB-C. You know, the USB-C standard, if you have the PD, right, it goes up to 28 volts and 5 amps. Maybe, I don't know if it goes even higher, but at least the devices I use, they go, I usually pull only 20 volts for the laptop. I don't have any 28 volt USB devices. But yeah, I have some Jova products that uses USB-C. For example, the portable compressor, it can actually pull 100 watts, yeah, 20 volt, 5 amps. And then I actually have it with me right now, which is the fridge. It's a Model Y fridge, but yeah, I mean it is kind of big, but it fits in many other trunks. So I just put it in this trunk here. But also, yeah, that one also has a USB-C plug, so I can power it from the car. The weird thing though is that when I plug it into this Kia, yeah, it has the USB-C on the front seats, you know, on the side of the front seat. It's for the rear passenger. When I plug it in there, it gives me an F1 error. I don't know what the heck that is. I have to look up on the manual. But I suppose there could be something with voltage. Well, let me check here. Since I'm now using the power bank instead to power it. Oh, it pulls 20 volts. Okay. So I'm assuming that maybe, yeah, I've seen this, I've seen the voltage all over the place. Maybe the Kia here has only 12 volt support on the I don't know what I call it, the front seat plugs. And yeah, it seems like, you know, it depends, you know. Like USB-C doesn't mean that it supports all the nice voltages that we want, right? For example, in the MEV cars like Volkswagen ID4, ID5, ID7, they don't have the 12 volt outlet in the front, but they have USB-C in front and also in the rear, like in the back, right? But when I plug in my laptop, try to charge my laptop on it was the ID7 a couple of years ago at some press event, test drive event, right? It wouldn't charge. But back then I didn't have the nice power bank I have now, so I can see what's going on, the voltages and stuff. But I would assume that it supports 12 volts, but it doesn't support 20 volts. So, and you know, the list goes on for other cars I tested. I wonder if I'm one of the few car reviewers who test USB-C. So I kind of know this stuff, but for example, Tesla supports 20 volts and around 3.5 amps, so it goes up to 70 watts. The same with NIO I tested, 20 volt, 3.5 amp, 70 watts. Some of the other Kias, they support 100 watt. I think it was the it was the Kia EV9. Yeah, but not in the poor man's EV9, the EV5. It doesn't. Well, actually, I had to just check it. Maybe there's in the front. I haven't measured all the ports yet. But yeah, I mean, it's nice to have proper power in the USB-C. But you would expect that the more expensive the car is, the better it is, right? Well, not always. Recently, I just tested the Volvo ES90. It cost 1 million NOK or 100,000 euros. You would expect that the USB-C in that car is schnell, right? No, it is langsam, because I measured really crappy 5 volt, 3 amp. I was like, is that a joke? That is 15 watt power output only. So, I mean, hopefully this video will encourage car manufacturers to consider what kind of ports they put in the cars. Because for the longest time, it was just USB-A, like in Tesla, and actually many cars I tested in the past, right? Like the old Kias, the Leaf and stuff, you know, they only had USB-A. And then one of the first car I tested with USB-C was the Mercedes EQC that came out around 2019, 2020. And I was like, huh? What the heck, man? I was like scratching my head because I only had USB-A devices, right? Or, I mean, USB-C has been out for a while, but so I had to use an adapter. No, I didn't have USB-C cables and stuff. But eventually, I fell in love with USB-C, and it's so, I mean, it's powerful enough, at least 100 watts or 140 watts, whatever you go for, right? What kind of voltages. And I believe that actually many electronics today should be USB-C compatible. Or actually, no, it shouldn't have other stuff. Like, I have so many electric devices. I bet you also have, but I have, for example, electric stroller from Cybex. They have this regular round plug and a charger. Yeah, actually a charger. You know, many people, they mix up like a Type 2 cable is not a charger. Technically, a charging station that you, like the easy charging station I have, is also not a charger. The charger is within the car, onboard charger, or a fast charger, that is a charger. But back to the Cybex electric stroller, it comes with this charger, this adapter that converts 230 volt AC into 18 or 20 volt or whatever, the round plug that feeds the battery. But I mean, the battery just consists of, I mean, this is a lithium battery. I don't remember the voltage. Could be 7.4 volts or maybe 10.8 volt or something like that, right? But it means that at home I have lots of devices that needs their own power source. Of course, yeah, I mean, you can't just feed the thing with 230 volt AC, you know, it's gonna blow up, right? Or, yeah, so, and many of my devices, okay, what do I have? I have a night light with a battery. Portable, okay, very versatile, and you can change the color temperature and the brightness and all that with a remote control, right? There's a clock. We use it on trips, and we also use it in my living, in the bedroom, in Isabella's bedroom, for extra light because I'm getting old, right? But yeah, so that one uses a USB-C, great. And then we have some fans with battery also that I use for various things. I use like a mini fan because when I need to cool down, like we have in the kitchen, right? We use the fan to cool down the food, for example, that we just boil or something for the kids, so it's not too hot. But I also use that fan to cool down myself. And it uses USB-C, great. Except for that, there was something weird with some Chinese devices. It has USB-C, okay, but when I use my other chargers on other cables, cable, very important. When I use other cables on that fan, it will not charge at all. And I have a few of those made in China products that is weird, because you would expect that the USB-C is just whatever protocol, right? No communication, just for power. But then for some reason it doesn't work. And I remember. Wifey has this massage machine that also uses USB-C, and it has a battery, right? It is this neck massage thing. It's not a whole massage chair, but just a neck massage thing. And the same thing there. I cannot charge it via regular USB-C cable. I have to use that provided white cable that comes with it, and the same with the fan. So that is strange. Still a big mystery, but whatever. So I have to don't lose those cables, because otherwise I won't be able to charge those devices. But what else do I have? Okay, I have lots of devices, and many of them are USB-C. I try to, if there's a USB-C version, I would try to get it, and especially if it works with regular plugs, then great. And what else is it? My electric scooter does not have USB-C. It has just a regular one. But there is a workaround, which is that Jovua has this adapter that takes a USB-C and then makes a 12 volt. What they call it exactly? I tend to call it the 12 volt outlet or whatever, right? But it is technically, well, it is 12 volt, but it could also be 24 volt, I think, in the trucks. But it is technically called a cigarette lighter output. Yeah, and this is where I will also talk about the cars I did test nowadays. Like this Kia has one cigarette lighter output. I think it was the classic Ioniq even has two cigarette lighter outputs or outlets. Yeah, and what the heck is that thing anyway? Well, it comes from the old time, like really old time when people used to smoke in the cars. You don't smoke in a car nowadays, do you? No, that's crazy, man. You're gonna depreciate the car by 100,000 NOK as soon as you light up that shit. But yeah, traditionally it was big and round because that outlet was running on 12 volt on the car, right? But it was the purpose of it was to heat up this wolfram element or whatever it consists of. It pulls only around 100 to 150 watts maybe, but then it's just a small element, and after 1 or 2 minutes you heat up that thing to be extremely warm. I know, because as a kid I play with that thing. I pushed in that cigarette lighter thing, and then after a minute or so it popped out, and I was like, huh? And then I saw it, I was like, it glows red, huh? And then of course I put my thumb on it, like, ah! Yeah, I burned myself. I learned it the hard way. What the fuck, man? Are you texting? Man. Okay, anyway. Yeah. So that was the whole history, that it was used to light up cigarettes. I don't know, maybe it hit 400, 500 degrees Celsius. But ever since then, that outlet, whatever, plug has been used for various other things. And I think it started initially that it needed around 10 to 15 amps, right? Which is 120 to 180 watts to heat up that element fast enough so you can light up your cigarette within a minute or two, right? But they then made lots of other devices that runs on the cigarette lighter output. Why was that even so common? Well, because for the longest time we didn't have anything else, right? We had, well, actually for a while we didn't even have USB-C. My fossil cars in the past, like the Renault 5 and the Hyundai Accent and yeah, I think, I don't remember if my BMW E61 had it, but those USBs traditionally, the USB-A, they were only like Millennium Falcon, 2013 model S, was only 500 milliamp and 5 volt, puny 2.5 watts. But then eventually they made faster USB-A also. But even today, USB-A, I think maybe there's some limitation in the whole protocol. Doesn't support more than around 18 watts, which is, I think, 12 volt and 1.5 amp or something like that. Oh, no, maybe it goes to 30 watts. Yeah, okay, well, whatever. But, so that's why they had a really powerful ally. No, but they had a real powerful source, which is that the 12 volt outlet, or they call it, cigarette lighter outlet. 120 to 180 watts. It could power fridge, for example, or whatever, the early mobile phones, maybe. Yeah. But you see, like, those standards are really hard to get rid of. Like, even today, many Chinese cars I test, they still have USB-A. I think they should get rid of them, because nowadays, do you need USB-A? Nine. USB-C is already good enough, plenty good enough. Wait, dude, this guy speeded up now. It's getting annoying because I want to overtake him, so I want to change lane. Okay, but sorry, I was just focusing a bit on traffic here. But yeah, I mean, I also had I still have some devices that uses the cigarette lighter. I have some complicated setup in the past, which is that I needed to charge my my camcorder, actually the one I'm using right now to record, and also my camcorder should have USB-C. Like, there's so many devices that should run on USB-C, right? For example, cameras, mirrorless cameras, SLR, DSLR, whatever, they usually run on 7.4 volt lithium. Perfect for USB. And then for the longest time, I used this clumsy setup where I have this inverter, 100-watt inverter that plugs into the cigarette lighter output, creates 230 volt AC, just so I can use. Hey, stop beeping at me. Just so I can use my original Canon charger, because I don't want to fuck up anything and destroy the camera. It's freaking expensive to repair it. And then that adapter, the original charge, it is a charger. Yeah, the charger has a round plug, and then that delivers 8.4 volts into the camera. So it's very complicated. I have to go from 12 volt DC to 230 volt AC, and then back to 8.4 volt DC again into the camera. But now, with the help of my friend Pawel, he found a device that is USB-C input and then outputs in a round plug that fits here. Well, actually, it wasn't the perfect fit, but I found this again. It is a cigarette lighter input, and then you can have a variable output between 5 and 8, 7.5 volts and 9 volts and whatever. But it doesn't have 8.4 volt. It has either 7.5 volt or 9 volts. So I think if I feed the camcorder with 9 volt, I will fry the battery or fry something in there. So, but anyway, so I used that round plug and connected it. He helped me just solder it so that it works with that USB. See, so now I can very elegantly plug in the USB-C, and then I get this round plug that I can plug into the camera. But you see, that is just a workaround, because in the future, as long as devices doesn't pull more than like 10 to 100 watts, they can use USB-C just fine. My fridge is running on USB-C right now, right? Electric scooter, okay, it charges maybe not that fast, but it will work on USB-C. I Google about this. Most PC monitors, they don't have USB. They need AC, but then of course in the monitor there is a converter then to create DC, because it runs on DC. You know, like most devices nowadays in our modern world runs on DC, and many of them even have batteries. I also have this Marshall Emberton 3, which also has USB-C charging. But then I also have a Marshall Acton 3, but that one does not have a battery, but then it runs on the AC outlet. But internally, of course, the amplifier and all the basically amplifier and all, maybe the USB and the Bluetooth communicator or whatever, all that stuff runs on DC. So, and then okay, back to the whole car again. So yeah, this Kia I'm sitting in right now has some USB-Cs here and there. It doesn't have USB-A, which is great, but it also has the cigarette lighter outlet. Well, bold claim for me. For the longest time, I thought, well, we need a cigarette lighter outlet because, you know, my clumsy device setup previously needed that. But what if you move forward so that all the consumer electronics runs on USB-C, charges with USB-C, right? Then that would be plenty enough. And then what the environmental advantage is that many devices, depends what you're going to use it for, but you might not need to power it always. It depends. You know, if it's a light, okay, maybe then you want to power it a lot. But I have, for example, this Philips shape, whatever it's called, Philips shape, yes. Electric, what do you call it again? Shaver, right? It supports USB, but it's USB-A. So there's USB-A in one plug, and then it plugs into the whatever that looks like a 2-pin AC, whatever on the other end. But it actually means that it runs on DC. Yeah, I had one many like decades ago, I think, where I plugged the AC straight into the shaver. So but that was also battery driven. Yeah, so it means that there must have been an onboard charger in there. that converted it, and it wasn't lithium battery. Well, I think even today the one I have doesn't have lithium battery. It's just the other type, nickel metal hydride type, right? But yeah, my bold claim is that the cars in the future, they should not have the cigarette lighter output because it's big and bulky, and well, there's only one output. Usually one only. Well, it depends. Some of them, they have one in the trunk. Very convenient because you can have, for example, a cooler box. Yeah, but what if the cooler box has a USB-C, like this Jova cooler box I'm using right now, right? It becomes slicker, saves space, and I don't know. Maybe it's more versatile because with a USB, with a cigarette lighter output, it's only 12 volt, right? And then if you want to charge something like a phone or something else that uses USB-C, for example, you can buy this adapter, for example, from Jova or many other places, which takes the 12 volt, converts it, and then, I don't know, depends. There's probably some kind of voltage regulator because it must also be able to support like 28, okay, maybe not 28 volt, but at least 20 volts. Many of those adapters, they support 20 volt and maybe 5 amps, or 100 watts, right? Or 140 watts even, it depends. But there's also some kind of power sharing. But you see, okay, so what we could do is that if car manufacturers can get rid of those cigarette lighter outlets or plugs, and instead implement powerful USB-C in the trunk, in the front, plenty of them, that would be good enough. And then if you have all devices, you can use this adapter that creates a cigarette lighter outlet, right? Until all your devices are natively supporting USB-C. Yeah. And yeah, by the way, the device I talk about, the thing that takes a USB-C and creates a 12 volt outlet, or what they call it, right? It doesn't work on it. Like if you plug that thing in that Volvo ES90, it will simply not work. So it seems like it needs, I'm not sure how it was again. I think it needs at least 12 volt. But it can also take 20 volt. But it seems like any USB-C that has 12 volt capability can also, it has 20 volt, can also lower it and go 12 volt. So probably that device, it's quite slick. It doesn't seem like it has any voltage regulator. I think it's just some simple electronics in there that negotiates with the USB-C and ask, do you have 12 volt? And then the USB says, yes, I have 12 volt, I have 20 volt. Do you want it? 9, I want 12 volt. Okay, boop, output 12 volts, done. Right? So no conversion or anything. So yeah. But sorry, what the call is bugging me. But it means that the car manufacturers, we need to kind of push them into getting more powerful USB, because I've seen it all over the place. I don't remember which car it was again. I think I wonder if it was a BYD Auto 3 Evo, or where they had 2 USB-C ports in the back and 2 in the front. But the weird thing was that the left port had different max power than the right port. One was weaker than the other. I was like, huh? Sorry. I think even lower voltage on one of them. No, I think what we need is preferably at least one of those 28 volt, 5 amp or 140 watt outputs. And then also maybe some not so powerful. Yeah, I guess if you have lots of those 100 watts, that's actually several hundred watts total, right? So they need to wire it up to be powerful enough. But what they could do is that at least in the trunk, you have 100 watts that should be plenty to power like a cooler box. I tested this, of course. Even the 35-liter cooler box I have from Jovia pulls only around 30 watts most of the time. I've seen it peak at around 70 watts, but not for too long. Even when I switch it off the eco mode, I just use the regular, full power. It still pulls only around 35 watts. So that is plenty. But of course, there could be some less efficient boxes out there, or you could maybe want other devices in the trunk. So I think 100 watts should be plenty, and you can probably have some kind of split there. So yeah, and then in the rear seat or somewhere, right, second row, should also be some USBs there. But yeah, I mean, total USB power for the whole car could be something like 1 kilowatt. So of course the car's DC converter should be powerful enough. It already needs to be kind of powerful, like Tesla. From what I remember, Tesla Model S, I don't know how it is in Model 3 and Y, but the Model S has a 2 kilowatt on board, the 2 kilowatt DC converter. So this thing will then take the high voltage battery, 400 volt or whatever, right, and then convert it down to 12 volt, and then feed it with whatever that needs 12 volt, like lights or screen or doors or whatever, and of course a bit of USB. So I think also in the future, those DC converters that need to be powerful enough, could be that many cars, they don't have beefy enough. Yeah. Okay, I heard from that some Tesla Model S owners in the past, they wanted to hook up some like beefy stereo, some subwoofer and stuff, that might pull 500 watts or 1 kilowatt, right? Yeah, so that's why. But you can just hook it onto the converter, DC converter, and it will keep it topped up, so you won't run out of 12 volt. So yeah. So and that, okay, maybe I have talked enough about the USB-C you guys import, but also I need to mention that I have lots of devices that uses batteries. I also have battery. I have a Bosch Rotax battery-driven lawnmower, and I have also the leaf blower, uses the same type of battery, that's 36 volts. I have the whole series of Ryobi stuff. We have we call it grovstøvsuger, but it's just a vacuum cleaner that can vacuum like big chunks of stuff, also water. That is 18 volt, the One Plus. And also, what else is it? Snow blower, yes, that is 36 volt. And also this pressure washer, Ryobi, that runs on the same batteries. It's 36 volt batteries. You can take 2 batteries. Yeah. And okay, whatever. But what I'm saying is that I realize I have lots of devices that runs on DC, and this is what Elon was talking about, right? That why don't we get rid of AC? Because eventually I will get solar, which also runs on DC. But then comes the problem with the grid. But then I heard that there is some high voltage, what do you call it again? High voltage DC transmission line or something. They have made it efficient for transmitting DC. But I don't know, sounds to me like the power of 3-phase is quite good. I have 3-phase in the house, 63 amp fuse, so 43 kilowatt 3-phase into the house. And if we're gonna replace that with DC, well, it can't just be 400 volt DC. It has to be how much is it? 600 volt something to be able to match the 3-phase AC. So I don't know. I mean, how are we gonna do this? I mean, does it matter? We just live with this. We have lived with AC for decades, or centuries almost, right? So why change it? And on that topic, I actually don't know, because I don't know too much about the whole thing. But I just know that if we have lots of USB-C, if the USB-C becomes a standard, you should be able to power 95% of your devices at home, because most of them, like I have mentioned now in this video, requires only 10 to 100 watts. Depends. Some stuff that needs to charge, okay, like you have to charge your electric bike or some shit, okay, maybe then it's gonna go kind of slow. Maybe you can double penetrate. How about that? You use 2 USB-C, so you get 280 watts. Yeah, then we're cooking. Or maybe there will eventually be a higher, even higher voltage USB-C standard out there. But that would actually be very convenient if I have USB-C in the outlet. I mean, in the wall, yeah. But then there's got to be some kind of like USB or some kind of charger somewhere centralized, or I don't know how they're gonna do it. But I mean, the whole idea is maybe to have USB-C along with AC out there. But I mean, for now, those like those chargers, those USB whatever, I mean, they are cheap, right? You just plug it in, then you usually get 140 watt or whatever, plenty, and they're not that expensive. But I mean, if I could, does it matter though? If I had solar that produces 400 volt DC, or I don't know, 200 volt DC, I don't know what they operate on, depends, I guess. Well, wouldn't it be great to just use that DC in a USB? You just have to step it down a bit, but then you don't have to go via AC. Because I realized when I talk about that device I used for charging my camcorder, I used to have one a long time ago. That was a cigarette lighter output that had the round plug, 8.4 volt round plug. You could plug it right into the camcorder and it would charge it. But then over time, the plug wore out and then I threw it away. Maybe that was a mistake, because it was just the plug that wore out. The electronics was still producing 8.4 volt. But my point is that that thing only had to step 12 volt DC down to 8.4 volt. So it was very compact and probably very efficient. But when I look at my, well, it's in the garage, I don't bring it anymore. My inverter, man, there's a noisy fossil here. I do. Speaking of inefficient stuff, then a freaking fossil drives by. No, but you know, my 100 watt inverter is freaking big and chunky, and it probably weighs 200-300 grams, and it's I mean, I'll try to describe here the size. It's the size of I don't know, like a small bottle, maybe like a 350 milliliter bottle, right? So what it means that the electronics that is needed to transform whatever 12 volt into 230 volt takes some space, and who knows how inefficient that is, because many of those that you can buy from Biltema or whatever, they come with a fan. The one I had doesn't have a fan. I purposely picked that one because it didn't have a fan, because I didn't want it to. No, I forgot. It broke. Did I get rid of it? I think it went kaput or something. Yeah, I think it broke after a while. So then I got another one, and that one actually has a fan. And it's strange because even when I'm charging my camcorder, I think the camcorder pulls only 10 to 15 watts. It's really low power, right? But with a new inverter I had, the fan was running after like 15-20 minutes of charging. I'm like, what? Why does it need to cool down that thing? Well, there must be only one explanation. It is inefficient. So, but maybe it's just, okay, that's kind of corner case. But, well, I don't know how inefficient. Maybe those solar inverters, like the one you use for solar, they're probably way more efficient, right? better electronics than the cheap ones you use in the car. But yeah, just saying that maybe if you stay only on DC, it would be better. Because, yeah, think about this. I mean, it's all about efficiency. Like, we just passed a Tesla. Efficiency trumps everything. So if we can make, if we can shave off, I don't know, reduce the losses by 10%. Well, let's put it this way. Like, when you do the DC to AC conversion, and then also do the AC to DC conversion back again in the house, several places in the house where you have like a TV, some kitchen machine or whatever, could be as much as 20% loss round trip, right, back and forth, right? Yeah, well, if you can shave it off to only 10% loss or 5% loss, then that is better. Then you save electricity. Might not be that much, but it depends. If you have lots of those together over time, it could actually matter. So yeah, because I think, you know, that those devices I mentioned, like the garden tools and the pressure washer and all that stuff, I think they run on some DC motor, DC brushless motor. And I wonder also those kitchen appliances we have, like we have a brown star mixer and some other stuff. Well, they take AC, but by the end of the day, they might need DC internally. So they just do some lossy conversion or something, right? So, well, I don't know. But it sounds to me like this is really hard to change, because the 230 volts in Europe or in the Western world, the developed world, yeah, we don't talk about the US, right? But it's so hard to change this, right? Just like the cigarette lighter outlet I mentioned, there was a historic reason why it was designed like that, big and bulky, right? And it was, well, only for power, not for communication. USB, you can have communication there also. But also, like many devices in the past might have been AC, right? I don't remember, but I remember that the CRT screen, you know, the old TVs back then, they needed AC because the CRT screen had this tube that had the fire stuff hitting this screen. That's why they called it screen back then, yes. To create light and then create the picture, right? But it did that 50 times per second in, well, actually, it was, how was this again? It was they also used interlace, yeah, okay. But actually, one of my first camcorders was based on, it could shoot interlace only. But nowadays, we only talk about progressive. But whatever, my point is that back then, I think the CRT needed AC, and that's why the TV in Europe, they are 50 hertz, the refresh rate, and then in America they use 60 hertz because the grid in US is 60 hertz. But nowadays, we only use flat screen, and flat screens, they can run just fine. They can run on 20 to 50 watts, or maybe bigger screens, they need 100 watts. But they are internally just operating on DC, I believe, not AC anymore. So, like, what devices do we have that uses AC nowadays? I don't know. And you know, speaking of that, you know that I measure it that when we talk about AC charging, it's so common that we call it AC charging, but it's actually slow charging. AC charging, or the onboard charger, I measured in the Model 3 to have 8% loss, which means that if you're charging at 11 kilowatt, that's almost 1 kilowatt of heat loss. I mean, yeah, what if you could just get some kind of DC in the house instead, right? If you can actually get 400 volt-ish DC, or, okay, if you don't have the correct voltage, if you have 800 volt car, okay, we need 800 volt houses then, 1000 volt. No, but I think even if you have, let's say 400 volt DC from the solar, or from your battery. Well, the batteries operate at 48 volts. Okay, shit. Okay, but whatever. If you have, let's say, imagine if you have 400 volt or 200 volt from solar, the losses might be lower if you can then charge your car, but you need a different type of charging station. I don't know. I think we could even call it a charger. Technically, it could be a charger, because the way it works today is actually quite dumb. You know, like the solar is then converted into AC, and then you feed the EC box with AC, and then convert it into the car. So when I mentioned 8% loss in the onboard charger, car's onboard charger, how much losses do we have in the solar inverter then? Possibly 8% also. Are we talking about 16% total loss? I mean, that's big, right? I bet some kind of DC converter, especially if the voltage is not that big difference, right? We only talk about maybe 2x conversion rate here. Maybe we can get it down to 5% loss. I don't know, maybe someone else more expert than me to tell me how much losses there would be. But to me, that sounds like it's totally worth it. And then, well, maybe someone will eventually make something like that. Well, I don't know, you need then a direct line from the PV into the charger, maybe. Yeah. So the problem then is that the house already has AC internally. So then they need to wire up extra wire, or yeah, it depends. If you have the solar stuff and the batteries already in the garage, and you have the charging station in the garage, okay, then maybe. But other than that, it could be kind of complicated and expensive to invest. But I mean, I'm not against DC in the future, but I feel like it's going to be hard, right? But I mean, everything is possible if you just go for it. I remember, like in the 60s, Sweden, they drove on the left side, which is the wrong side. Should have been the right side, with the right side. They drove on the wrong side of the road, like in UK, right? But Sweden managed to switch over to drive on the right side, which is the right side. There was like one day they planned on everything. They had to freaking rebuild everything. The buses were aligned wrong, so they had to discard like everything. The whole country needed to readjust, but they did it. Sweden did it, you know, and it's good because now it's only UK that drives on the wrong side of the road. Yeah, well, and then we have some Asian countries. Yeah, so maybe it's possible, and we just need a dictator. You know, or Czech Republic also did that. Oh, okay, cool. Someone in the live stream mentioned that. But also, China, when you have a dictator that can just say, "No stop for you," you know, then they can force people into switching. They switched over to only electric motorbikes. I was just blown away how quiet and nice it was when I was in China. I was like, huh? Dude, like it's like in a completely different planet than Thailand. Thailand is just, it's like freaking anarchy over there. Man, like, it's like totally uncivilized compared to China, right? When it comes to motorbikes, because there they can just force people, yeah, do this or you're not able to drive motorbike. It's like, oh shit. So then they have to adapt. But here, I don't know. I mean, I already built the house. If I didn't build the house, I mean, if I was in the planning of building the house, maybe I should have wired up some USB. I don't know, maybe those AC wires in the house. I mean, they stay there for decades, right? They don't degrade. They don't, you don't have to change them on the thing. So, which makes me wonder, because when I talk to this guy about those, okay, sorry, jumping a bit topics here, but when I talk about those Phoenix contacts, those Phoenix plugs, and those Amphenol plugs, I heard that they do degrade over time, and then as they degrade, they will perform worse. And for example, the Amphenol plug that I tested was able to boost 600 amp for 3 to 4 minutes before it had to throttle. If they were, after many years, when they were degrade, they will boost for less before they start overheating and will throttle. But then I was wondering, does it mean that the cables degrade? What the heck is that smell? It smells like shit in here. Okay, some farm shit. But okay, anyway, sorry. This car does not filter out shit smell very well. Oh, yeah, why do I mention this? Because Optimus Prime, my Model X, has HEPA filter, and it was incredibly good. I would just drive through farm shite, and then when I step out of the car, it's like, huh? What the heck is that smell? Yeah, okay, just mentioning it. But okay, what the heck was I going to say again? Now I totally forgot about it. Yeah, you see, this is the problem when I zone out and I have all the yeah, okay, I have to wait for the live stream to remind me what the heck was I talking about again. But okay, anyway, yeah, cable degrade, yeah. But I believe that it's the plug that degrades, the pins or whatever plugs. So the cable itself should not degrade even after many, many years. So, yeah. Which means that if those Amphenol plugs eventually degrades, what you could do is just replace them with Phoenix. And then they're very better. No, but yeah, and also, yeah, I heard some people, they say that, yeah, but you know, if they overheat, you can just put a wet cloth over that. That's what some dude in US did. Well, supposedly, whoever did that, he got slapped in his hand by Tesla, because it was not safe to do that. You trick the system into thinking that parts of the cable is cooler, but there could be other places that overheat. You know, it's like putting a nail in the fuse box, right? There's a reason why you have that safety in the fuse box, right? The circuit breaker or there. But yeah, so okay, so back to the whole thing. Yeah, so in my house, yeah, well, if I knew about this, maybe I should have wired up some USB-C, but then I have to centrally have some beefy USB-C power source then over there. So, plus the problem is USB-C is that, well, it's 20 volts maybe, and then you wire 20 volts, like 20 meters or 50 meters. Okay, maybe not 50 meters. Well, it depends how far you have to wire there. So then the problem is that there will be massive losses, way too low voltage and way too high current, or yeah. So then, like, dude, like, if I did try to do that shit, right? Put like a USB charger, whatever, power source. Man, what the heck is wrong with a Lithuanian trucker? Shit, man. It's Valdemar's brother from another mother. But if I try to do that shit and pull a 20-meter cable, okay, you push 20 volt in one end, and then you get 15 volt in the other end, maybe. Okay, so that's not gonna work. No. So I mean, for the whole thing, the whole switching over to DC, you know, that Elon talk about, I think we need at least 200 to 400 volt. Then we have low enough losses, right, for decent length, like 50 to 100 meter length without crazy stuff going on. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, interesting topic. Like, for example, since we're already into this whole topic here, what about 12 volt in the cars? Yeah, well, Cybertruck switched to 48 volt, but well, and then Tesla, they have 16 volt, but they use the lithium batteries instead of the lead acid batteries. But the whole 16 volt, I mean, 16 volt versus 12 volt, that's almost like the Kia EV9 that has 550 volt, right? And they call it the 800 volt architecture, versus actually an I-Pace or some of the other cars I tested. What was that again? Yeah, even this car. Yeah, this EV5 right now at 78% state of charge. I have 431 volt. So you see, this is only 100 volt lower than the EV9 roughly. But okay, so is there a big advantage to switch over to 48 volt in the cars? Well, I don't know. Maybe they can have a lower wiring. Thinner wires and higher power for various things. But like the whole 800 volt architecture, yeah, I also talk about that. People I made a video many years ago where I said that the whole 800 volt from back then was just a hype because people said, oh, but 800 volt is more efficient. No, not really. The losses there is just minimal, or like it seems like there's other things you can save on, like Tesla. Tesla 400 volt, but they managed to make the cars really efficient. And then many 800 volt cars, they tend to be thirsty for no reason, unless we test maybe the P7 Plus, yeah, the proper 800 volt efficient car out there. But yeah, back then I claimed that 800 volt doesn't really have any gain. And back then also I look at those 800 volt cars like the EV, the and the Hyundai Ioniq 5. They charge at 230 volt. Sorry, 230 kilowatt back then, which is like Tesla can already do that, But then people blindly believe that. Well, but if you just wire your battery down to 800 volt, then you cut down the current, and then you can charge much faster. Like, no. That is incorrect claim. You can't just rearrange the cells, and then suddenly the cells will charge much faster. They can, like, you take a 2C cell, and then put many of those in series instead of parallel, and then suddenly you get 5C cell, right? That's not how it works, bro. So, but then of course, eventually over time, batteries, I don't know, China, I guess. I feel like China is doing all the R&D nowadays about batteries and electronics. But once battery manufacturers, they make better and better cells, then they can suddenly charge faster. Like I have, in this car now, I use several phones. I have a phone for live streaming right now. This is a Samsung Galaxy S9 Plus, and I have another Samsung Galaxy S9 Plus I use for car scanner. And those phones, they can charge at only 10 watts most of the time. I think maybe 10 to 15 watts. But then my way newer Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus still operates on the same voltage, 7.4 volts, I believe they are. Oh, no, sorry. These are 3.7 volt. Yeah, only one cell in series, yes. But the same 3.7 volt, but charges way faster. If I go kind of deep on my new phone, I can get 45 watts. And the newer phones nowadays can go like 100 watts, right? It's crazy how fast they can charge. But why? I mean, they didn't double the voltage on the phone, but they can suddenly charge faster. Well, because the cells are better, newer tech. Yeah. And that's what I believe that when I tested the Xpeng race recently. I was like, yeah, they finally have some good stuff going on. And I think the Chinese, they figured out that the LFP batteries can take more beating. That's why you see that the golden battery from Geely supposedly charges at higher C rate than the NMC or the whatever variant with a bigger battery and a bigger net capacity. So I will borrow the Seeker 7 GT core in a couple of weeks. With a golden battery, and supposedly that will charge faster than the 100 kilowatt hour. And Xpeng, at least for many of the cars, the G6 and G9, they went for the LFP battery, but then the X9 went for the NMC, or which one was it again? Yeah. But it seems like with once those Chinese guys, man, they figure out how to do the cooling properly. Don't have too high delta between min-max temp on the cells. I've seen it in the G6, G9. No, was it G6, G9? They have roughly like 2 to 5 degrees Celsius delta. Sometimes I think it was even like 6, 7 degrees Celsius delta between min-max temp. So then they can push the cells harder. Yeah, whereas the Korean cars, well, now we have only 27 to 31 degrees Celsius, but the Korean cars, I've seen it, they can go as much as 12 degrees Celsius delta between min and max temp, which is not ideal. But then you can kind of cold gate or rapid gate at the same session. But okay, whatever. A lot of diversions here, different topics, but the whole topic today was about the whole, USB-C, DC. Yeah, once you start looking around you will realize that lots of stuff runs on DC. Yeah, okay, I know. Electric motors in electric cars, they still run on three-phase AC. So, yeah, but I mean, the whole thing Elon talk about is the transmission part, or the the grid and all that, and internally in the house and so on. That can be DC. Well, in a way, he is right about that, but it's just it's gonna be so hard, man, to change the whole grid. And yeah, I don't know if there's any benefits, but I think at least what we could do is that, okay, it depends, but I mean, if it's just like 10 to 20 watt device at home, who cares, right? If there's some losses, and especially in Norway, okay, what is the one-to-one? That heat generated in winter or most of the year, that heat is useful for heating the house, as long as it's inside the house and you want the heating, of course. In the garage, it doesn't matter, right? Or many places, but many places that heat is nice to have, but it's just COP1, whatever is generated. But of course, it can be the other way around, that if it's hot outside, then you need to run the AC. Well, I mean the air conditioning, not alternate current, but you run the air conditioning harder to cool down the house. But I mean, I think what actually matters, what sucks a lot of electricity, power, is car charging. Yeah. So if anything, if there's a place where we could try to stick with the DC without going via AC, would be for car charging, if you have solar. So I guess I'll try to find out if it's possible one day, if I get solar, if I can go DC without AC. Yeah, that would be the biggest benefit. And then eventually I will also use that Pixie battery we have, that thing. I wonder if they have stuff that could go from the 48 volt in those home batteries and straight into 400 something volt, or yeah, for car charging. I think what we need, yeah, okay, it will work on existing cars without retrofitting them, because the type 2 or the AC port will still be for AC, right? But we need this DC charger, but it's not a fast charge. It doesn't have to be that fast, right? We need this 10 kilowatt DC with a CCS plug, yeah, and then somehow that end needs to be fed into the Pixie battery, the 48 volt. So you take 48 volt and transform, or you convert it into 400 volt or possibly 800 volt. Yeah, shit, you need 800 volt capabilities. Yeah, but okay, worst case, you go, you step 20 or 15 to 20 times up, but you stay within DC. Maybe someone who's expert can tell me that will probably be less losses, right? I would try that just for fun, and somehow test it and try to measure it, how much losses we have. But that would be an interesting project, just to find out about that. Yeah. So wait, can I do anything with my EcoFlow? No, I can't. Okay. No, I can. I have EcoFlow at home. Yeah. But the EcoFlow, it's just a small system, and it runs at the EcoFlow solar, whatever, portable solar, runs at only 10 to 100 volts. And then I think the EcoFlow battery runs at 48 volt, but then it has an inverter, so it goes there. And then, yeah, there are some DC outputs I could use, but that's not nearly enough to power a car with it. Yeah, I'm not sure how we can do that. Can we even charge a car with the USB-C? Well, it's gonna take forever, man. But 140 watts into the car, but you can double penetrate. You get 280 watts. It's gonna take forever, but it will slowly get there. Yes, just to fight the vampire drain in the Tesla. Yeah. Okay. I mean, interesting indeed. I find this topic, and then we'll see. Back to the original topic about USB. We will see over the years what car manufacturer is going to do. But I just hope that they will get rid of the cigarette lighter output. It sounds crazy. It's very useful, but no, we need to get rid of it. Yes, for slicker USB instead. It's more flexible. Yes. Okay, anyway, I think that's going to be for now. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching, and talk to you later. Wow, the car still claims 24% at arrival? Really? Okay, sorry, I'm done now. That was a long, dude. That was almost an hour. That was a long ass podcast, man. But yeah, hopefully this sparks some healthy discussions. But yeah, I mean that's what I realized. That, well, dude, many of my devices they need DC. They are doing the step. They need to convert AC to DC, but they need DC. Oh shit, I forgot this thing needs... Oh, okay, I have an idea. I think I have that USB cigarette lighter. This car doesn't have enough USB port, man. Oh no, I forgot. I can use the seat USB. Yeah. I need to plug in the thing to charge some stuff, maybe. Well, no, wait. The seat USB might not be powerful enough. I'll try it. See if it has a high enough voltage. There. Will it charge my camcorder though? Oh, the microwave needs AC, okay. And now we get to the specular. Okay. Well, yeah. So yeah. Well, I forgot about microwave, but that makes sense. Microwave needs AC. Okay, we're down to 69%. Consumption is 210 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, if I can go past specular, then I might go for Kongarm actually. Okay, so it works on that USB. Let's see. Sorry, I didn't pay attention to the chat. I was just busy driving and talking. But yeah, well, that's the problem, because we still need devices that needs AC. Then what? If you have DC, but then those devices then needs to create AC then. So those devices become more expensive. But just, I mean, just a small step would be to yeah, maybe. A small step would be to make more USB, or make USB charging more common. And then so that I forgot to mention this in the video, but when you buy some kind of like consumer electronics, it will not come with a charger anymore. And even the cables, man, many consumer electronics, they include the cable, but they don't include the charger, which is good, the USB cable. But then I have a shit ton of USB-C cables all over the place. I don't need those. So people, they have their own favorite cables, right? So should be enough to only supply the device, that's it. And if you want cable or charger, then you get it, or you probably already have it. So then it means that they can shave off the price slightly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I realized. And most modern tech is DC. Like I mentioned, like I have so many devices that runs on batteries or just runs on DC. We have LED lights and cameras and like electric tools and yeah. How is the car? Well, it's nice and spacious, good comfort. Oh, it's 18 degrees outside. It's gonna be a hot night. The noise level seems okay. I haven't tested the noise yet. I need to do it soon. But also, we are returning this car Monday and picking up a Q6 e-tron. And I booked Airbnb at Göteborg. Finally, it was freaking expensive. It's crazy high prices. It's like 200 euros per night. Excusez-moi? No, 200 to 250 euros per night. It's crazy expensive. I went for something about 100 euros per night, which is okay-ish. Let's hope that the whole trip won't be that expensive, man. No, the whole it doesn't slow down much, but the lane centering LCC, it's still doing the whole zigzag. It a little bit, okay, maybe like pulsating left and right, like the other kiosks. And then we went to Goul 2 nights. And I went to Bjørneparken, check it out. Cottage, what, huh? Cottage, what? Do they have water there? We need some minimum standard here. But yeah, we are planning a trip now, a 15-day road trip. Initially, I considered going to Gdansk, but I might change it and go to Amsterdam instead. So wife is kind of, yeah, okay, when I talk about Gdansk for the longest time, she was like, okay. But now, okay, maybe we go to Amsterdam. I'm not sure when I went to Amsterdam last time, but it could be when I had Optimus Prime. No, we went there with MC Hammer, yeah, in 2019. When was it 2019, 2020? No, I think it was 2019. That was the last time, 7 years ago. Yeah. So, well, I'm not sure if the kids understand too much, but we can go to some zoo and then some park and maybe go to Sandam. Lieben, huh? Amsterdam, but smaller without tourists. Oh, okay. Gdansk is better and cheaper. Yeah, okay, agree. We haven't decided yet, but I think if you go to Gdansk, then on the way back, I was thinking about taking the ferry from Gdansk over to Sweden somewhere. Kristinehamn, I think it was called. But that was around 400 euro overnight ferry. So then, well, I haven't decided yet where to go and so on. I mean, it's also kind of far to go to Amsterdam. Yeah, I mean, but the problem is that the kids, they get bored if we drive more than 2 hours, right? I know. The timing is that they sleep midday. Well, Isabel doesn't really need to sleep midday. This is why I was so late now, because normally when she's at kindergarten, she doesn't sleep midday. So then around 8 she would be tired along with Axel. But now Isabel was awake until 10:30. Almost 11. Around 10:30 is when she passed out, because she slept for around 2 hours today, midday, when we drove from Goul back home. And it was so damn slow because of all those campers. I'm like, what's up with the German RV? Why do you drive so langsam? Like, we were stuck behind, like a bunch of Norwegians and other people were stuck behind this one German RV. And in the 80 zone, he would drive 65 to 70 kilometers per hour. Sometimes it was down to 60 kilometers per hour. And even in the tunnel, a nice, smooth, straight tunnel, 80 zone, he would be constantly driving at 70. Oh, the holy shit balls, man. So, okay, anyway, I have to pay attention here. 142.6. Seems like it underreports slightly, probably 1 to 1.5%. I'm not the best with kids. Okay, maybe I will consider Gdansk anyway. We could just drive take the road, the road right there, 143.7. It seems like it underreports by 2%. We will drive on Tuesday next week. And then Gdansk has some beaches. That's true. The plan was to go via Lübeck, but then from Lübeck to Gdansk is quite far. So then we probably have to put a sleepover at this town is called something on the way there. I don't remember how to call it. Okay, because it seems like we can only drive around 300 kilometers, like 300 to 400 kilometers per day. Yeah, if it stretches to 500-600 kilometers, then okay, we'll see. I plan that we will drive quite far from Göteborg to Vælge in Denmark. We will skip Copenhagen on the way there. Okay, I have to check time now. 1 hour and 23 minutes. Okay, we have some delay. There was freaking lots of campers, left lane campers today, so we have to deduct it's gonna be 23 4 minutes. We are now at Svinesund, yes, the border between Norway and Sweden. And yes, we started at exactly 11. Oh, you can see here, yeah. So we've been driving for 1 hour and 23 minutes. Normally it's supposed to be 1 hour and 19 minutes, but dude, we were stuck behind so many freaking campers today. So we have to deduct 4 minutes today. Yeah, well, almost 5. Do we count it as 5? It's 24. No, I start, okay, no, it's 4, yeah, no one. So 4 minute deduction because of the freaking traffic, but whatever. Look at the consumption. 218 watt-hour per kilometer. That's not too bad. Bug. No sound, I mean. Maybe you need to reload. Sound is fine. It works on my computer. Yeah, usually when it's a nice and warm night, then there'll be lots of bugs on the road. So I brought the bucket and some water so I can clean car. We will have nice long charging stops, like 20-minute charging stops or so. No wait, I think I checked it. This car, you want to charge to only 55%. I have to check my notes here. Dude, the auto high beam is kind of late. Dude, you need to turn it on now. Off, dude. What the heck, man? That is not good. Yeah. Um, Ideally, I need to charge to only 55%. That will yield the best time. No! Oh, are you serious, man? I need to turn off that stupid auto high beam shite. This thing is bad. Bad to the bone. Bad. Okay, that's better. Dude, is this thing got a rapid gate? I think I need to turn off the HVAC while we're charging. Engine is not working now, okay? Why not? Is that thing on high beam or some shit? No, I get bullseye here. Bugs. I'm getting smutzig now. Oh, car sleep? No, not anytime soon. So yeah, this will be the last 1,000 kilometer challenge for a while. And then, yeah, I don't think I have time to do 1,000 on the Q6. It doesn't matter, it's the same car. Just different software or whatever, the same drivetrain or anything like that. Maybe I'll just do a range test, see if it's more efficient or not. But yeah, the next 1,000 kilometer challenge will be the end of August with a Seeker 7 GT Core rear-wheel drive. Really interesting to see how fast that one is with smaller battery, but quite fast charging, and then hopefully slightly more efficient. It should be efficient, right, for a freaking shooting brake. Netherlands vacation, Utrecht, Leiden are most authentic. That's true. Okay. Maybe I'll set up in a spreadsheet a trip to Gdansk and see how it goes. And then when it comes to that ferry on the way back, 4,000 NOK, but it covers some distance. Instead, we have to. Otherwise, you have to drive around it. So that ferry goes from Gdansk over to Sweden side. So from there, it's a short way back home again. Okay, maybe I'll consider Gdansk anyway. Since you guys say that it's a nice city for children. And the beaches would be great. And hopefully not too expensive accommodation and food. Because the first few days in Sweden and Denmark will be freaking expensive. Also, wifey wants to go back to Legoland 2 days. I'm okay. That shit is gonna be expensive, man. Also, accommodation near Billund is really expensive. Just 3 nights is like 400, 500 euros per night. I was like, what the heck, man? So it's better to stay further away and then just drive in there. Like Velja, I was looking at. Oh, well, I'm not sure about which ferry, but Pawel, he is from Gdansk, so he told me, no, okay, there was some ferries I considered. He said, no, don't do that. That's shite. That's bad. He recommended to take the ferry from Gdansk over to, I don't remember what it's called again, some kind of hub. No, not Eastern. Let me find it here. Karlshamn, Gdansk to Karlshamn, and from there it's not that far over to what's it called again, Luddeköping and so on. But he recommends that ferry because it leaves in the evening. You sleep over there. Yeah, in the morning you wake up and go inland on the other side. So, well, wife is like, huh? 9? I think she thinks it's kind of late. But I mean, nowadays the kids go to bed a bit late anyway. So we have to expect that the kids might go to bed around 9, 10 and then wake up around 9 next day. No, actually, no. Isabel tends to wake up around 8, 7 to 8 nowadays. Just a bit expensive, but I thought, okay, whatever. I mean, if we drive around, that will be, well, with the kids, they driving around will take several days extra. For me, I could just hammer it, but they don't want to hammer it for 10 hours. So just driving around will already cost several days extra and several thousand NOK extra. So on that regard, maybe the ferry is not that bad of a deal. Just have to, I have to expect to spend some money on vacation. Okay, now the car says 18% at arrival. Well, that could have worked if I can just send the family by boat and then I drive around. But then I'd be dead tired next day. Plus, it is kind of far to drive around. Dude, the auto steer seems to be a bit lost here. I need to help steer it, otherwise I'm gonna go over the lines. To be honest, the Korean cars, they feel like dinosaurs. The infotainment is outdated, very clumsy. You only have one app, and then you can swipe, the side swipe a little bit, but there's like, okay. And then you can't customize much hotkeys here, unlike in the Xpeng or Seeker, right? You have small screen, you have lots of physical buttons, so okay, maybe people like that shit. But like, even so, you don't have keep climate on, you can't keep the USB power on when the car is locked. Even the vehicle load is dead when the car is off, and there's even an on-off switch here, and you must turn it off. So it's when you use the Tesla, or I tested a lot of Xpengs in the past, right? And they come to this car, it's like, what the heck, man? How can this shit survive in 2026? Well, I think it's because people have different tastes and they want physical buttons and they want to turn the car on and off. People will argue and find excuses why switching on and off on an EV is a good thing. Well, I remember when they came out in, when the heck was it again? 2021 maybe? Ioniq 5. Whoa, okay, different design on things, right? The Korean cars. But then they haven't really done much, and they stick with the same small screen, physical buttons, and not very customizable here and there. But I mean, they have a trip meter at least. That's good. Several trip meters. But I noticed something. We went to Gol. We stayed at this Gol Ski Center. It's like we stayed at 900 meters over sea level. We had to drive up this gravel road quite far up there, and there was amazing view over the valley. But when they go downhill, the consumption drops and drops until zero, and then it pulls a leaf, because then it doesn't show negative consumption, but it counts it internally. Because I calculated that, okay, from Gol, from top of the mountain there, down to Bjørneparken, at 65 kilometers away, I would consume around 150 watt-hour per kilometer on the flat, and then with an elevation change, blah blah, I estimated 75 watt-hour per kilometer. It was spot on. I arrived 75 watt-hour per kilometer before correction. So that's silly that the car doesn't show negative consumption. It's an error. It's a mistake. It shouldn't be like that, and they should fix it. And I have some allergies, sorry. I don't know what the heck it is. Damn, look at the traffic here. Holiday traffic. Okay, 235 watt-hour per kilometer and rising. We're down to 42%, which is more like 40%. Yeah, also the Koreans, they still haven't fixed the state of charge scale to be linear. I mean, unfortunately, it's so common. Many Chinese cars are tested also as non-linear. It's mostly just Tesla and some of the German cars that has linear scale. Well, if I can make it to Kongarn, I'll go to Kongarn. The deeper the better, right? If I can then charge it 55% and then reach Falkenberg, that would be great. Or maybe Halmstad. No, too far for this car. See lots of Norwegian cars, but no Ukraine convoys tonight. Oh, good night. The fuck is wrong with that idiot? Blasting his damn lead bar at people. Oh, there's unusual traffic now. Just the July traffic, I guess. See the roads now. The roads to Gol back again is just clogged with tourists. Yeah, you know, this is the long range front wheel drive EV5. And then, spoiler alert, well, maybe you guys can guess how many banana boxes could it take? Way more than that. I can take 10 in the trunk. No, it's actually 11 in the trunk, so a very spacious trunk. And then 27 total. And you see, this is only a 4.6 meter long car. So that's actually very good, because a Model Y can also take 27, I don't remember. But many cars that can take the same amount of boxes, they are 4.7, 4.8 meters long. So it's good space for a compact car, like relatively compact. And also, well, the fact that it can take 11 boxes in the trunk is very good. But then comes the price. Because when you look at it on the Norwegian website, this car cost 460k NOK. For 460k NOK, you can get Xpeng G6 Performance. That's all-wheel drive, even. This is just front-wheel drive. Roughly the same battery size, but charges way faster. You guys know the G6, what it's capable of. And it can also take 27 boxes. Or you can get a Model Y standard for the same price. So I mean, 460k NOK for this car, and also front wheel drive. You know what I would get if I had 460k? I would go for the G6. No questions asked. G6 Performance, yeah. Well, I wonder how much Chinese components are in this car. Because even Jova, I asked Jova, hey, your products are made in Taiwan, right? He said yes, but they had to source parts from China. So even though it's assembled in Taiwan, it still consists of many Chinese electronics or whatever, right? Components. What about in here? Is everything made in Korea, or is it partly made in China? And I mean, it's kind of funny because many anti-China car people, right? Well, they might go and buy something else, right? But many of those batteries, they are from CATL or what else? I don't remember. Yeah, but CATL provides many EVs. So then, well, they're still buying a big portion of the car's value is still from China. So I mean, it's like you don't want to eat meat. You don't want to eat beef, but you can eat meatballs. Okay, but meatballs consist meat. But I mean, or I don't know what else. You know, like you still eat some meat. Yeah. But look at me, I'm a vegan. Vegan. Yeah. 15% that's specular. We are 65 kilometers away. Okay. Well, it seems like this car is not very good at estimating. So yeah, I forgot. I can use a route planner. I get the state of charge in percentage in the route planner. So I get the live data there. But I have to plug a cable in it. You just don't know how is the efficiency. It's not that good. The Xpeng X9 is more efficient. We are 236 watt-hour per kilometer with possibly 2% underreporting. So that means around 230 right now. But actually, that's not too bad. Wait, is that better than the Seeker 7 GT? Lol. Okay, it was slightly colder on the 7 GT run. Now we have 15 degrees here. I don't know about the wind direction, I haven't checked. Okay, Hobby, 34%. Sounds to me like I have to go to Strömstad. Yeah, just backtrack the Ionity route on the way back. Okay. This car doesn't care if you use Amphenol or Phoenix, as long as you can get around 400 amps or no 350-ish amps, and that's plenty enough. I think 375 might be the requirement here. But yeah, I was surprised to see that even the Volvo ES90, which charged at okay speed, 320 kilowatt, still didn't trigger any weakness in the Amphenol plugs. Oh, interesting. The thing beeped, which is the fridge. Okay, well, what if I just plug it in here and charge it? It's kind of strange. I have to power the fridge from the power bank, otherwise it won't work. It seems like the okay, it's charging now. What about here? Is it charging? Yes, okay. Let's keep it charging. Yeah, I think there is a pretty good chance I can go from speculator slash. Wait, this car doesn't take any penalty for going deep, right? Speculator or Pawel straight to Falkenberg. I like that idea. 15% at speculator. We're still 52 kilometers away. And for some reason, I don't see remaining kilowatt out of the battery. Well, I can calculate it roughly how much we have. Let me see. 233 kilometers times 238. Okay, 55.5 away. 20 kilowatt hour left divided by remaining distance 51 kilometer. That is 390 watt hour per kilometer. Okay, 20 kilowatt hour. If we consume 250 now, yep. The car is not very good at estimating, but I am. So the car claims 15% at arrival. I calculated we should arrive with 10%, but that means that we have 7 kilowatt hour left. If I consume 250 watt hour per kilometer, and I could make it to Pawel with a few percent left. Maybe 3-4% left. I think that's still fine. We can get full speed, right? I don't think this car goes slow when we go deep. It's not the Chinese car. And I have food with me and washing equipment, so I don't need anything. I even brought the 750 milliliter bottle with pure water in case I need to wash my hands. But I just wonder if this car will rapid gate if it go too deep. Yeah, that could be the case. So maybe it's the best deal to stop at Speckerud. And then from Speckerud we have, okay, Speckerud to Valberg is 107 kilometers, and then from Valberg to Falkenberg is another 40-ish or something. So that means I have to drive around 160-ish kilometers, I think it was, to go to Falkenberg. So if I charge 55%, then that should be enough, right? I have to do my calculation once I'm there. Okay, well, you get a bit slow down on it. Okay. Well, so with the Korean cars, you probably want to arrive with around 10% then. Not go too deep, right? I just remember something about the Korean cars. I don't want to go deep. Only if it was a EV, 800 volt cars, and the EGMP, like EV6 and so on. Well, okay, but according to my calculation, we should arrive with 10%. Now it says 14%. We are 42 kilometers away. So it has been steadily dropping and dropping as we go. Read the chat, okay? Right now it's 24 to 30 degrees, so it's already 6 degrees Celsius delta, and we haven't started charging yet. Well, this is Korean cars in a nutshell. And they were like this 5 years ago, but they haven't improved, you know. And then I see the Chinese cars, and even Tesla's been improving, except for the charging speed. Tesla been mainly improving in some features and comfort stuff, right? Like soundproofing and ride quality, and of course production, and also software, yes. But they haven't moved forward in charging speed. But on the other hand, Tesla, since they already support 200, 250 kilowatt, they are already quite fast. They were quite fast many years ago, beating many cars. Even nowadays, they are still very fast. They beat the MEB platform maybe to at least 45%. Oh, it's 18 degrees outside. Damn. Is it gonna get hotter down south? They turn off the lights at the Ullevalla-bron today. That is a bit unusual. Are they saving money? Oh, I wonder how tired I'll be tonight. I might need to pop a Red Bull to stay awake. Because I did not get any afternoon nap. Okay, we'll have some food soon. 30 kilometers left for Speculative. Wait, or do I go Kongal? Kind of tempted to try Kongal. Let's see what happens if we go deep. What do you guys think? Speculative or Kongal? We're down to 22% now, and the car estimates 14% at Speculative. Always go deep, okay. I have food with me. I have the fridge with me also, drinks in there. Low battery, 20.5% low battery now. No, 13% now at Speculative, okay? You see? Keep dropping and dropping. So it should be 10% by the time we get there. Colombia, oh cool. So I guess I'll calculate when we get close to Speculative how much energy we have spent versus what we have remaining. And then Speculative to or Speculative, it actually called Speculative. Speculative to Kungal is another 20 kilometers. So if you consume 250, then that's 5 kilowatt hour. Yeah, I need to pop a Red Bull once we stop, so I can survive through the night. Thai stuff. It's the Western Red Bull. No. Alright, 13.6 kilometers left to speculative. Power clips 13%. Consumption is 243. Correct that it's only 239 or 8. That's not too bad. 18 degrees Celsius here. Okay, that helps. Okay, let me check the windsock. I need to find the wind direction. The wind direction is kind of all over the place, depending on where we are tonight. It's not blowing in one uniform direction. Here it seems like we have wind from the east, but somewhat weak. Let's see on this windsock. Well, it seems like slight tailwind. Maybe that's why the consumption is not that high, because it's supposed to be higher. Right, 10.8 kilometers left, 12% at arrival now. Still keeps dropping and dropping. So I have to calculate based on the 75.5 kilowatt hour measured in the range test. calculate now roughly how much we have spent and how much we have left. 275 kilometers times 244 consumption, 67 kilowatt hour. So I have 8.4 kilowatt hour left. Oh. And then from here to that is 28.5 kilometers. Yeah, I could make it there to Gungar with a couple of percent left. What did I say, huh? Gungar or Spekkerud? I feel like I want to try Gungar. And then we'll see what happens if we go deep. If it's not good, then we avoid going deep from now on. But if it's good, then we always go deep. See, the car estimates arrival, claims 6% at Gungar. Don't remember wheel size. Because we have 12% now. We're not gonna arrive at 6%. Car is drunk, but well, okay, whatever. We have 33 kilometers going, so let's go deep. I'll calculate again right before the exit here. 282. Let me project a bit. Times 243. Okay, 68.5 now. So I have 7 kilowatt hour left. So I will possibly arrive with 2 kilowatt hour left, which is 2.63%. I will arrive with 2.5% left. That's better. Always go deep. Let's see what happens. Okay. Do we exit? Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay, let's go. Always go deep with Uncle Bjorn. Oh, shit. 11% now. But how can the car claim that we arrive at 6%? Seems like the estimation of the arrival is not very good in it. We have plenty of Ionti over there, and I have food with me, so that's fine. Charge immediately, power limited. Huh? Or do we have power limit? Can you just stop bugging me? I don't know where the power limit thing is. 10% now. I'll try to calculate how much we need. Well, I mean, I can use a better route planner. I think about the route planner should be okay for estimating. Oh, we have a donation. 129 Czech koruna. Wow, thank you very much for the tow truck. Thank you. .5%. The car still claims 6% of the variable, right? Batteries are 25 to 31 degrees now. There's another Norwegian heading south. Lots of Norwegian are heading south now. So yeah, they chose to drive at night. Even fossil cars. I wonder why. They're obviously not avoiding Ladestau because of night driving. .5%. There's no way we're gonna arrive at 6% like the car claims. We are still 13 kilometers away. .5% left. Oh. Okay, now the car says, okay, you will arrive at 5%. No, I think we'll arrive at 2%, like I calculated. EV2, I don't know, does it exist in Norway? 7% left. Is turtle mode coming at 5%? Well, we'll see. .5%. I see no power limit here in the thing. Okay, I guess we will be able to measure the net capacity again. Just to verify if it's 75.5 kilowatt hours still. According to spec, it's supposed to be 78, I think. And it's an 81 kilowatt hour battery. Yeah, was it 6% left? Let's see if we get turtle mode. If we crawl or not. What the heck's gonna happen? Well, there's only one way to find out. Well, Pierre Simpson, do you know if Volvo EX60 has been delivered to Swedish customers yet? Because that thing, I still haven't booked it yet. I don't know. I don't want to bug the Volvo guys too much, but it's coming really slow. That's what she said. 5.5%. Always go deep. Why do people drive so slow here? Are they Norwegian? No, Swedish. Six to 31 degrees. Yeah, Kungälv is in sight. In front there is a Polestar 4, I think. No, wait, that LED strip here, I think that's a Polestar 4. Yeah. 5%, still hammering it, full speed, yeah. No problemo, huh? 5%. There you go. Kungälv, here we come. 4.5%, no turtle mode yet. The microphone off. Uh, 4.5%. I miscalculated. I thought I would arrive at 2.5%. Let's see what kind of speed we get here. One car charging there. Wait, which stall do I use now? To go for the Alpatronic or the other one? Well, let's go for Alpatronic because it's a nice charging curve. But yeah, I don't care if it's Ampenol or whatever. Doesn't matter. Wait, but I don't want a shared charger. I guess it doesn't matter even, but whatever. Let's take the other plug there on this side. That's a Norwegian. Okay, let's see. Charge port is on the right side, is the wrong side. Should be the left side, is the right side. Roughly here is when I need to charge. Okay. See, 302.3 kilometers. Then 4.5% left. Then we need to record this. Starts. 공알. Well, I guess handshake is doing its thing now. So we just it's relatively fast. I don't think you guys heard me. Going to 55% is ideal for this car. I'll show you guys soon why. Oh, look at that. Wait. I look at the wrong one, not amp. Oh. We are now at Kungal. Yes, we came with 4.5%. Always go deep with Uncle Bjorn. Yeah, shit. But even when I started with 10%, when I did the charging test, it seems like it has this slow ramp up. So yeah, it seems like it pays off to go deep. We're getting full speed, yeah. Okay, well now I have to find out. Seems like this car is not very good at estimating, because it claimed 25% when we passed speculator, but we had 12% there. So we just have to bear that in mind. But maybe I'll use a better route plan instead. Maybe just skip this. Let me use a better route planner. But wait, but then I need to connect. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. Oh, okay, 390 amp seems to be max. No, wait, 350. But okay, 139 kilowatt. Oh, it's game over now. Seems like around 356 amp is max. So as the voltage go up, then we'll get 150 kilowatt eventually. Yeah, but you see, no penalty by going deep, unlike the Chinese cars. So I have to get some USB sources, power sources here. I wonder if I brought that thing with me so I can get some proper power, because there's simply not enough USB here. Yeah, I did. Good. The Jova. Yeah, so we can plug that in the USB so I can power some of the other stuff. And then I need one for communication anyway. Wait, I don't have any other cables, do I? I have this, but that's USB. I should have gotten more USB-C cables. Have USB. And this. Okay, well, I guess I can use this. I can just power the phone with USB-A. That's plenty now. Then I can use the USB-C for this. For the, yeah. For a better route planner and Android Auto. So I'm going to try to go to Falkenberg. There. Plan. Wait, why don't I get 100 auto? I have to turn on the communication. There. What, can I trust this? I bet Rubenland claims I might need only 34% to go to Falkenberg. That's 118 kilometers away. Okay, let me guess here. Let me do my own calculation. 118 kilometers multiplied by, what is the distance? I mean, this is the consumption here. 118 multiplied by, consumption might be 240. Yeah, it sounds about it. Okay, wait a second. I have to calculate the stuff here. And also have to go out and clean, but let me see. Kungar, okay, let me calculate distance error. 302.3. Home to here is 308. Okay. .9% underreporting. And then let me see. 302 multiplied by water consumption at 243 divided by 0.955. Oh, 76.9 kilowatt hour. Okay. Right. Now I'll do my cleanup sequence thingy. Okay, let me see. Can you see that? 24%, 144 kilowatt. What a nice and flat curve. All right, but now we're gonna go clean up some stuff. We have the ABC. So this time it's more chill than when we drive with the X-Bang or the Seeker. Here it's like, okay. do this. How powerful is that? Okay, check. Four? What the heck is this sheet? Plug it in here instead. There. Jova. There you go. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 96, 96 watts. Oh, interesting. You see here, we have USB-C in the front here. I also tried the other one, by the way, it's the same, but for some reason, the plug here in the back here doesn't work with a Jova cooler box in the back. So I brought this, and as long as this is what goes to the cooler box, then it works. But then it's been draining the power bank, and then I want to charge it, right? I'll show you here. So this, okay, this you can just disconnect it, doesn't matter. But here, from the Kia, we're getting only what 28. It's there probably before losses, and then what goes into the battery is 24 watts. Yeah, but when I switch over to this adapter, this is the Jova cigarette lighter adapter to power the PD, right? Power delivery. Okay, look now how much faster it is. Bing. Well, actually, I think we could see 100. Is it 100 there? Wait, it's ramping it, huh? Why does it show some weird numbers there? 100 watts input, and then 96 watts. Wow, that is proper power. Wait, I kind of missed it. Look at this. Look at this flat curve. Even at 45%, it's taking 144 kilowatt. This is amazing. Okay, now it's stopped dropping. I still haven't had time to eat properly. what? I will just power it straight here instead. Maybe we can go to Halmstad instead. Yeah, I think this is where we want to leave soon, so let me get ready. Just want to go out and film the charging screen a bit. Then we're good. Well, we charged at 60.5%. I was digging around a little bit because I wasn't entirely sure how far we can drive, so we'll see soon, right? Now I've taken that cable so we can use Android Auto. And this thing here is just charging up a bit. What? I think I don't need it, but 55%. Okay, you can plug it in here again. Oh, the thing went a bit hot when it was at 100 watts. Okay, so but the route runner claims 26% at the right. Well, let me try something here. Can I just go home map? If I try 26% at Falkenberg. Okay. We'll try to navigate to the same here. Just back on the road first. That was 20-minute charging stop from 4 to 60%. Huh. Well, back on the road. Okay, so this is interesting. If I navigate to Ion de Falkenberg here in the car's navigation, it says 29% at arrival. Okay, if we go home, if we go to Android Auto. Wait, what happened to this one? This is weird. Same happened with the other car I tested recently. Is that once you navigate in the other place, then it forgets about this. Okay, here. So, but the route planner estimates that we will arrive with 26%. Maybe we can make it to Halmstad then. Wow. Let me redo that. Okay, here, you see, but the route planner is now running on Android Auto, and it gets the state of charge percentage from the car. So it shows 58% here. So you can then highly accurately figure out how many percent we will arrive with. It takes into account weather, speed limits, even the car's past consumption. So yeah, but you need the premium account to get all this. But yeah, this is good. This means that the 26% that it estimates, I think it's highly likely. So maybe we can go past it and go to Halmstad then. So interesting, after I fast charge, it does some kind of heat scavenging. think. Yeah, there was heat coming out here. 33 to 45 degrees. Now, dude, can you imagine if you had this charging curve in E-Niro or Soul? You know, way better. Well, okay, they don't have that big battery, but. Well, the car claims 13% at Halmstad. 148 kilometers away. Well, let's hope that the Better Route Planner, which is my sponsor, is right then. Yeah, so the fridge, the cable, the USB cable is so long, so I plug it into the front. Yeah, for some reason, the fridge cannot, or the USB in this car cannot power the fridge. So I can use vehicle to load, or I forgot that, oh, I have this Joe adapter, it goes on the cigarette lighter outlet. So then I get 20 volts from it, and then so I power the fridge from all the front here. All good. It was 200. Let me check here. 243, but this car underreports by 1.9%, so it's around 240 so far. That was policing. See, since last charge now, 237 now. But let me check. I can't see it now with the Better Route Planner active. It takes up the whole screen pretty much. But it is kind of clumsy. Okay, whatever. Let me switch out of Better Route Planner. It was just more for display, more for the show. Okay, so we're back there. Let me see. Let me navigate to Halmstad. Ionity. Halmstad. Well, years, wow, nice. Well, the car also claims we can make it to Halmstad with 16%. Okay, well, as long as we get there with 4%, that's good, right? Oh, I don't know, can we go deep? Always go deep. Maybe I can go to Melbystrand then. Don't remember the price on supercharger, but I think Ionity might be cheaper than supercharger some places. Yeah, the superchargers in Sweden has gone kind of expensive lately. I'll just see with the, especially with the Q6 e-tron, I want to prefer Ionity once we go on that road trip. And also, well, So I get to borrow the Q6 e-tron, right, for 2 weeks. I think they extended it to around 3 weeks in case I want to stay longer. And then they want me to show how awesome the plug and charge is. So they had to set up the account and everything. They said that it's easier when it's just a regular customer account, but this is press car account, so there was slightly more hassle to set everything up. I have the account, I have the car in my account and so on, and then they preloaded the Ionity, the 5,000 NOK I can charge for free at the Ionity. So yeah, that's plenty enough. I don't think I'm gonna need that much. I will probably not hammer too hard on the Autobahn anyway. Well, what about the Polish Autobahn? No speed limits there, right? Wonder how fast Pawel drives in Poland. Now I wonder if they have 140 limit in Poland. So I don't know. Any Polish people here? I haven't even decided if I'm gonna go there or not yet. But yeah, I mean, from you guys' input, yeah, Amsterdam might not be the most child-friendly place. So maybe, you know, the kids, they love playing in the sand. So maybe beach. 140, well, I bet you can at least cruise 150 safely there without getting a ticket. They're probably not that Nazi. Well, okay, maybe I should, wrong choice of words, but they're probably not that strict on speed limits there. But even in Deutschland, I would probably cruise at around 160 to 180, but maybe 160 is plenty enough because that car is kind of fat. But okay, it depends. Like, if I just want to rush somewhere and if I'm within Ionity reach, then maybe around 180 some places would be okay. Yeah, I heard it from from Vanya, the EV clinic. He said that Croatia, they are not that strict. Like even in the 110 zone, people could hammer 150 or something. You know, and I was like, what? But it seems like I need to burn a lot of money on Airbnb, on places to stay. Like many of the places I check now, it's at least 100 euros per night. I'm like, damn. Well, I try to avoid Red Bull, but I feel like I need Red Bull today, and yeah, it's going to be the last 1,000 kilometer challenge. While I'm on the vacation, then I will not do any night run or anything like that. Well, okay, maybe I'll do like a consumption tests, but I think I'll be busy with the whole family and trying to get enough sleep and all that. Anyway, I can do some night run once I'm back, maybe. Yeah. Because actually, I'm borrowing that core, the CK7 GT core. I will pick it up on 29th of July, which is my birthday. So the plan is to come back on 28th of July. But then, I guess I don't need to. Well, I don't have to do a banana box test at least. Maybe I'll do an interior view just to see if there's any difference there versus the hardcore. Well, what is this? Baustelle? I'm going to check how much delay we have here. Just document it now. Well, there's at least 2 lanes in each direction, right? Whoa. Okay, well, he goes there. I go the other, the red here lane. Okay. It is kind of tight. Okay, it's not that long. wouldn't even say it's 1 minute delay. It's more like 10-second delay, right? What? No, that was before. I booked before I even borrowed the first car. But yeah, any good car manufacturer should listen to the feedback, right? And they don't have to implement all that stuff, but at least you get the input and they can discuss whether it makes sense or not to implement them. But I already shot the video, just need my boy to edit it for me. It's kind of a long edit because he needs to grab lots of different B-rolls from here and there, so the video won't be too boring. There's around 20 minutes of talk about the 36 points I think should be fixed. Well, the car is 16% of the arrival at Halmstad. Well, I mean, if you arrive with 2% or 4%, it's still good, right? Always go deep. Support, yeah, close to, and at least, I mean, in Poland, that was the whole idea to go to Poland in the first place, because I remember from last year, it was like, holy shit, like every night we spent on hotel was around 150 euros. I'm like, I'm not keen on doing that this year also. So if I can get away with, let's say 75 euros, then half of that, that'd be great, yeah, in Poland, right? And I think also the food in Poland might be cheaper than most of Europe. So okay, I set up a plan for a possible plan for going to Amsterdam, but then I could set up the same plan going to Gdansk, and then well, okay, I just have to pay for that ferry. Then it's probably best. Otherwise, drive around it, which is, well, let me see. If I drive around, I have to just from Gdansk back to Lübeck is around 700 kilometers. Maybe not the best roads, but possibly low Baustelle, right, on the Poland stretch. Nothing in Poland is cheaper than the rest. Okay, interesting. Oh yeah, okay, not anymore. Well, that's also what I heard from Pawel. Yeah. But I mean, how tourist friendly is it when it comes to language over there? Do they speak English? Well, they don't accept euro, right? So we have to use the Polish currency there. Zloty. Wait, who's going again? Okay. So yeah, I'm not like totally convinced yet. I'm just considering my options, and then wifey also. She seems like she's more interested in Amsterdam because she knows it. I also know it. Well, maybe I can meet up with Keys from Electrify. I mean, slash what's it called again? Siva. Still, dude, I don't have time to run the Siva report yet. Maybe I should do that also soon. I need to run the remaining Siva reports and then make a video about it. Better hurry and do all that stuff before we go on vacation. Well, actually, I could even do it on some free time during vacation. Yeah. Baltic. Well, I could visit Lithuania and Latvia and once again, I've been in Riga many years ago. Yeah, but it's just that the kids, they don't like to travel by car too far. So like today was from Gol and straight home, and it took almost 3 hours. I was like, wow, that's incredibly slow. Possibly around 15-20 minutes slower because of the slow traffic. But they were at least sleeping through most of the trip. So that's the thing. We have to kind of time it so that they will sleep for majority of the time, right? So the way we've been doing it is that we tend to check out around 11-ish, right? This morning, how to wifey vacuum clean. I clean the shower and clean the bathroom and wipe the kitchen and stuff, and then to take out the trash. That's the downside of Airbnb, but in general, I've seen that Airbnb usually gives us more space, what we need. Because I tend to snore. I record myself snoring. Yeah. I supposedly snore really loud, and I disturb Axel and wifey who's trying to sleep. So we kind of need separate rooms, and that's going to be freaking expensive if you go for a hotel. Well, I could go for 2 hotel rooms maybe, or I don't know. Maybe there's some nice hostel we can go for, but whatever. We've been going for Airbnb, which works okay. But what we usually end up is that around 11-ish, 11:30 is when we are ready to leave. And then Axel will be tired and sleep around 2 hours. And then once he wakes up, that will be 1:30, 2 in the afternoon, then we probably need to charge. Yeah, I'll probably snore really loud. The older you get, the louder you snore, right? But yeah, so the way we do it is that then we travel. Like I'm able to travel around 2 to 3 hours, right? And then we charge maybe, and then, well, it depends. But then if it's from Gjesholm to Göteborg, then we usually stop at Uddevalla after around 2-ish hours, eat there, and then from there the kids are awake. The 45 minutes or so it takes to drive to, usually we stop at Kongalv and go buy some groceries there. But this time we will bring the fridge, I think. Yeah, it was kind of funny. I brought the fridge, right? And I don't know, but I thought that 35-liter fridge was like way too big. But then once wifey started filling the fridge with drinks and milk and some butter, prim, which is a Norwegian thing. It's actually brown cheese that is mixed with something. So okay, the kids love prim, yeah, and some ham and stuff. and the leftover cake from wife's birthday, and suddenly the fridge was full. And then strange thing is that I then loaded all the stuff in the fridge in the IKEA bag and then carried upstairs to the Airbnb. You know, this is the Google trip we talk about. But then during the first night, then suddenly during the night, the fridge died. The fridge at the Airbnb. And then I discovered this in the morning, and I'm most concerned about the milk, because the milk might have spoiled, but it still felt kind of cold-ish. Maybe the milk was down to around 10, or up to around 10, 15 degrees Celsius for a couple of hours. But then I quickly carried the Jover fridge upstairs, connected to the USB-C, fired up, and then for the rest of the stay we used the Jover fridge. Because the other fridge, I tried the breaker, whatever, reset, whatever, it was dead. Probably some warranty case on that fridge. It was Electrolux, which is Deutsch, right? So it's strange that Electrolux would die. The apartment there is fairly new, so it means that the fridge is also not that old, maybe just 5 years old. So then I realized after that kind of test trip, just to Google 2 nights, is that we will bring the fridge. We'll bring the Jover fridge, even though it's big, takes up space. The Q6 e-tron is quite spacious in the trunk, and even the front is also good. So I can put some of the not critical luggage in the front. Like, I think we'll bring some towels and bed sheets, because we have been in some nasty places, where it smells bad from the bed sheet. So I can just put some stuff that doesn't matter if it gets hot in the front. And then we allocate space for the fridge. But the Q6 e-tron has 12-volt outlet in the back, or the cigarette lighter outlet, whatever I should call it. So I can just plug it in there directly, and that'll be good. But the only problem is that the Q6 e-tron is also kind of dinosaur. There was no keep climate on. I Googled about this. Even if you use the keep climate on, it runs for half an hour only. But if you're fast charging, it can run it for 1 hour. But even when the thing is on, the keep climate or whatever, they call it the auxiliary heater, which is also a dinosaur term. It does not keep the 12-volt outlet or USB-C or anything alive. So I was like, okay. But whatever, I've been experimenting with a power bank, and as long as the fridge has been cooled down to desired temperature, then the power bank, if it's full, it can keep the fridge at 4 degrees Celsius for possibly 4 to 6 hours. Now that is plenty. Because what might happen is that we check out one place, we travel, and then we might stop somewhere for playtime, or we might do some activities like go to a zoo or something, or Leo's Lekeland. And then I don't want the food in there to spoil, so I just want to keep it refrigerated. So maybe I could get a bigger power bank. I've been considering some power bank that are around the one I have is 99 watt hour, but if I go for I could get an EcoFlow Trail 200, which has 288 watt hour, or the EcoFlow Trail 300 has 360 or something watt hour, 50% bigger. Then we're talking, and it even has a 12-volt outlet. But it's the EcoFlow Trail, I like the idea because it is fairly compact, not so heavy, but it's DC only, the Trail 200 and Trail 300. But the 300 is a lot better. It can actually take some solar input also, plus that it has the 12-volt outlets. So yeah, I mean that sounds like a good deal. But then, what shit? I was offline. But then supposedly, EcoFlow, they want to partner with me, but I need to be Oz. So I'm like, dude, I could probably get lots of free EcoFlow items I can play with, and then I would genuinely like to use those items, just like Jova. It's like perfect, man, because you can't get any better ambassador than me, like Jova, because many of the Jova products, I use them. I actually use them for my trips and my tests and whatever. Like now, I use the Jova phone holder. I use the Jova 12 volt convert. I mean the USB-C 12 volt thingy, right? I use some. Yeah, I use the fridge even and other stuff. So so we see. But then I realized that having like last year we had that small fridge in the EL8, which was okay. We put some stuff in there, but I felt like it was getting full quite fast. On a long trip, we tend to accumulate some stuff. So having a big fridge is very convenient. And what we can do is that it's all about smart packing, right? Even if you buy something that doesn't, I mean, it's not critical that it stays cool, but we can just put it in there so it doesn't take up space other places. Yeah. And actually, if it's some kind of drink, it will work as an accumulator for the coal, so that if stuff runs out of battery or whatever, then it will keep everything else cool for slightly longer. So that, yeah, just like bottles with drinks and stuff would be nice to just toss it in there. So I have to see again. I don't remember, but yeah, I bet I get some high trim on the Q6 e-tron. So it probably has the Bang Olufsen speaker, which has a sound system, which has a subwoofer in the under the trunk. But the Q6 has quite spacious trunk and front also, so that would be a good real world experience with it. But next year, I want to try X9. The challenge with a freaking big ass van. How do you park that shit? Well, it has rear wheel steering, which is good. And then the charging will be amazingly fast, right? So yeah, that'll be interesting. Just have to request it from Xpeng early enough then. And I don't know if they can allocate the car for me for 2-3 weeks. Place on the Unity has started to install. Oh, 600 kilo. Oh, huh. Well, if I come across some, I can check it out. But yeah, on the road trip, we'll see. The consumption right now is since last year. Let me see. 16th last charge here. After charging, 236 consumption now. Which means you have to deduct around 4. So it's 232 right now, and it's gonna rise. We will hit the 120 zone soon. down to 43%. The car claims 14% at Halmstad. Well, let's hope it was worth it to go to 60%. Because I guess it helps if you can reach Halmstad. Then I can go to the turnaround point and then possibly go to Falkenberg on the way back, or I don't know, we'll see. This car is not picky on where to charge at. I wonder if it would even be okay to charge at the V2 supercharger. But fortunately, we have mostly V3 and V4 on the route, and Ionity, of course. But I want to try to not spend too much on charging, since these cars are not too picky on spots, right? But the Xpangs and the other, and the Seeker in the past, they kind of, we needed to go 400 kilowatt, and also Phoenix, not Amphenol. So then, unfortunately, no cheap supercharger or Ionity on those cars for a long time. Well, actually, for a month, I had to stay away from Ionity, and no, I saw my Ionity, it was okay, yeah, until I found out, of course. I had to go for some expensive Circle K, and well, they're actually not that expensive during summer. But maybe I should make a video. It's getting kind of late-ish, but I should make a short video just to tell about that. If you're Ubus member, you get 100 öre per kilowatt hour discount now during summer. Normally it's 45 öre. So then Circle K is okay. It's 5.3 something NOK per kilowatt hour, even beating many of the YX, ST1. What is it going? I think what's it called again? Uno X charging. They are usually 5.5 NOK per kilowatt hour. So I will see. Last year it was, well, some swap, but kind of clumsy. The few swap stations available, and then not that fast charging, but I purposely tried to just swap. This time I will try to prioritize Ionity and see how it goes. But then I think many places I will also just ditch Ionity for a slower supercharger, but cheaper supercharger. But then they are usually kind of expensive in the daytime and only cheap at night. So we see how I do it. And then I guess AC charging also too expensive many places. Well, but if you guys claim that Gdansk is expensive, or I mean not that cheap, what about Amsterdam, or what about Netherlands? I think Amsterdam will be the end point. I mean, well, okay, we can go to Bruges or Brussels, but then it makes the trip back home even longer. So for me, no problem, of course, but for the kids, like for me, I can easily hammer 1,000 kilometers per day, no problem, maybe even more, especially if I do it at night. I can do 1,200 kilometers in one day, no problem. Wi-Fi is more like 500 to 700 kilometers, okay. The kids, 300 kilometers for them is okay. So I have to stretch it, because I can't just go 300 kilometers per day, man. So I need to just drive a little bit and then let them play while we are charging and eating or something. So they get, let's say, 1 to 2 hours of stretch time, and then we have to do another 2-3 hour stretch. The only problem is that they might sleep too much. Yeah. Then it becomes hard for them to go to sleep when it's night. Well, in the end, result, what? DC chargers are not cheap at all. Yeah, what? No. It depends. You know, you can, in general, Ionity, they are lowest. But then some Teslas are cheaper at night. But crazy is that even in Sweden, like Göteborg, AC charging is more expensive than DC charging. And then of course, since I already get 5,000 NOK, or that's almost 500 euros of free Ionity charging. I don't know if it's Mölle that supports it, or they have some deal with Ionity because it's Audi. Yeah, I don't know, but if I get like wait, how much is that? 5,000 NOK. Depends where you charge, but it's at least 1,000 kilowatt-stunden. And I'm not gonna hammer too hard, but if this car, if the Q6 e-tron consumes around 250 watt-hour per kilometer, that would be 4,000 kilometers. We're not going to travel that far. From Oslo from Gjesholm to Neumünster is around a little bit over 1,000 kilometers. Yeah, okay, Oslo Neumünster is 1,000, and then to I might drive around 3,000 ish. So which means that I could only charge on Ionity, and I can spend I won't be able to. I won't spend the whole budget there. Plus that many places in Sweden, it's not 5 SEK per kilowatt hour. It's only 3.4 something. So I can possibly get around 1,200 to 1,500 kilowatt hour, which is enough for 6,000 kilometers. Well, that's plenty. So since I know I'm going to be spending a lot of money on accommodation, that's like the biggest expense here, accommodation, and then second biggest is food actually, and the third, or actually, and I'm not sure if it's food or access to various places like Legoland or amusement park and stuff. Those are also freaking expensive during summer. So then whatever I can save, I will save money. What the 1,000 kilometer? Okay, yeah, but the 1,000 kilometer challenge. Possibly that is what we can achieve, right? But you have to expect. Have you ever taken a road trip in July before? You see how empty the roads are now. Around noon, which is when the kids, we want to try to travel around noon because that's when Axel wants his midday sleep. It is freaking crowded here, and it's super annoying because there's so many campers in the left lane. You have no idea how annoying it is to drive in the daytime in July. Dude, no joke. Like now at night, it's 110 zone. You can easily drive 120 here, right? Or faster. In the daytime, in July, around noon, between noon and 3 in the afternoon, the traffic here flows at 90 to 100 kilometers per hour, no joke. It is horrible. It is freaking horrible. But the problem is that we are stuck in the loop because the kindergarten is closed 2 weeks in July, plus that we are required to take another week somewhere. So we just, we take it in July. So 3 weeks in July, we have no kindergarten support. And that's when we are more or less stuck to travel. Because before kids, wife and I, we will travel in May and June and August, September. We will avoid July. July is freaking devil, man. Traffic everywhere. Also in Norway. I own Millennium Falcon, but he's still at the workshop. I don't know, man. I asked Nasir, like, Because last week he said, okay, no, actually 2 weeks ago, he said, okay, he's in Switzerland or something. Next week, which is last week, we can try. And I was like, okay. He went silent, and then this Monday I messaged him again. I was like, okay, can we do it this week before the summer vacation? And then he didn't reply to me yet. Yeah, so I was like, okay. I guess Millennium Falcon will be sitting there until August then, or late July. What? Wait. You mean, huh? You mean you're gonna drive Q6 e-tron midday? Yes, like I just explained, is that we are more or less stuck with that for now. I mean, once Axel becomes 4 years, in 2 years, then it's different. But for now, Axel, he needs that midday sleep, you know, small children. He will sleep between noon and 2 in the afternoon. So that's why it fits us to check out around 11-ish, and then, or 11:30, right? And then we start driving. And then after half an hour or so, or 15 minutes, then he falls asleep, and then he sleeps for two hours roughly. And then we cover the distance, and then usually Isabel also falls asleep, even though she doesn't need to sleep. Okay, what else can we do? Well, we can try to get out earlier, but the problem is getting out earlier, because we tend to end up with Airbnb. I mean, this is quite long explanation, you know. We have tried hotel, and it works okay, but just because of we have found out that Airbnb works best. But of course, I can pay extra for cleaning fee, and then I could just leave as it is. But then that means more money spent. And I realize that just traveling with the whole family is more expensive, and plus that, like for wifey and I, like when we travel alone with our kids, we don't care about amusement park and stuff. We can just go chill and eat and watch some views, right? Which doesn't cost much. But the kids, they might want to go to some amusement park or zoo or something, right? Which costs money. Yeah, and just try to check prices on Legoland or Liseberg. Like, damn. And also during high season, they crank up the price 20-30% more expensive. I found one workaround. Liseberg. I want to go for Kaninlandet, which is like the children's zone there. And Kaninlandet, they have this Åkpass, which is you have the entrance fee, and if you get the Åkpass, you have unlimited rides. But from earlier, I've seen that the kids, they don't ride that many times, and then they're like, meh, you know. I'm like, okay, I paid for unlimited ride, and we are not utilizing that much. So what I found out is that, okay, if you buy the single ticket every time you want to ride, they have plenty of those ticket machines. That's better, because entry fee is only for the adults, and the kids, they go in for free. And another thing is that Kaninlandet, or when you pay for that unlimited ride, Åkpass, it says from 90 NOK, but that's low season. High season, it's more expensive. But if you get the single ticket ride, whatever, they have the flat price throughout the year. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I found out that I can save a lot of money by just buying the single ticket ride. And then most likely the kids, they will only ride a couple of times, and then they're fed up. So yeah, I've been wasting too much money on unlimited entry, what they were shite on Liseberg in the past few years. Oh, but illegal. Okay, but as Obus member, you get some discount there. I don't remember. But also, wait, how does this get? Also, I think you get half price at Legoland, or 2 for 1 or something with Obus. So Obus membership gives you lots of discounts. So, like, even if you don't want to buy a property, Obus property, especially if you have kids, you want to get Obus membership because it's very cheap and you get lots of discounts here and there. But also via McDonald's reward program, you have to just use up like really low points, like 50 points or shit, and then you also get like 50% discount on Legoland. I don't remember how it was. So yeah, I didn't know about that last year. I was like, oh, what? I could have saved so much by getting 50% discount. Oh, okay, we have slight crosswinds only. Axel is around 85 centimeter and Isabel is around 105. Don't remember exactly. Wifey knows better. Yeah, but like I said, I already calculated and use some Google AI stuff also. We already calculated that if you Orc Pass during high season does not pay off, especially because our kids, they will probably ride only once and twice and then they are kind of fed up and they want to try something else. So it doesn't pay off at all. Plus that the Orc Pass has higher price during summer versus the single ticket you buy. So many people don't realize that. Even the Google AI didn't know it until I started asking, and it's like, oh, you are absolutely right. Yeah, I'm like, yes, I know, because in the beginning Google AI also took the low season Orc Pass price, and they said, yeah, but it pays off to use Orc Pass or the Orc Pass Duo. I was like, what about single ticket? And they said, calculating, yes, you're right. Yeah, like even Google AI, I asked something, it was something else, and then Google answered that, it answered whatever blah blah will consume watt per hour, and I had to tell it, no, it's not watt per hour, it's watt. Or it doesn't make sense. Nobody says horsepower per hour, because what is power? And I explained to Google, and then they said, you're absolutely right. I'm like, yes. Lately I've been using lots of Google AI because it seems to do a pretty good job of searching information for me. Yeah, okay, but Pierre Simpson, if you search, just look up yourself, Orc Pass. If you have to look at Orc Pass, look a specific day and you see how much the Orc Pass cost versus the entry ticket. The entry ticket, it was not 95 SEK, but it was a bit higher because of high season. But we can get away with around 400 SEK entry for the adults, and the kids go in for free. And then we only have to pay the ride ticket. But I think even the horse carousel is free, so we only have to pay for some of the other rides. And like I said, from experience, I know that our kids, they don't want to ride the stuff all day. They will only ride a couple of rounds and then they are fed up. So it's koster penger ut av vinduet. Throwing money out of the window, basically. Okay, how are we cooking now? 25.5%. How are we saying? 11% at Halmstad. Well, let me calculate here. 25.5. How much is that? Let's see. Let's say 23%. And then 70 kilowatt-hour. Okay. Divided by 50 kilometers. A budget of 358 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, I can make it there. All right. We are now at 258 watt-hour per kilometer for correction. We're gonna enter the noisy part now. Jeg føler på gikta. We are now at the noisy concrete surface around Falkenberg, and as always I will get an impression of the noise level. So yeah, you can hear it that there is some rumbling here. If you go over to the left lane, which is smoother, you can hear that the rumbling kind of disappears. So here is a lot better. But I mean, the car seems to have fairly good soundproofing. I'm surprised. Korean cars in the past, they haven't been that quiet. But this is okay. Yeah. Don't remember if I had the 19 and the 20-inch wheels. Yeah. But well, what else should I say? Maybe not the best, not as good as many of the Chinese cars nowadays, but still good. Let me get over here again. Also, the car feels nice and stable at high speed. So, even though this is only 4.6 meter long car, many times when I drive on, I don't know, like motorway or just B roads or in general, I feel like I get the feel like it's like a bigger car, and also maybe it has good wheelbase and good comfort. So that's good. With 4.6 meter, it should also mean that it's easier to park it on tight spaces in the city, but it has the space as a bigger car like a Model Y, which is 20 centimeters longer. You know, so it's like the best of both worlds. This car, huh? Okay, so 23% at the Falkenberg, that's too much, right? We're gonna go deep, always go deep, and go for Halmstad. So now we just camp the left lane because it's quieter. Unless we have the Xpeng X9 or the G9, they are so quiet, and then it doesn't matter which lane you are in. You almost don't notice that. Oh, we are on the noisy concrete surface now. Oh. Always go deep, yes. ABD. Oh, it's getting bright soon. Oh, it has a Nexen 235 55 19. Yeah. Nexen Infera Sport. Wow. We have proper sport tires here. The Korean sports. right? 262 watt-hour per kilometer. It's getting bright outside. Noise. So I wonder how the EV go to the hot European. Huh? How the EV got to the? Wait a minute. What is? I don't understand the question. $263. Well, but dude, we passed through Göteborg also, which means that the high-speed stretch is going to be over 300 watt-hour per kilometer. We'll see on the way back. 15 degrees Celsius now. Yeah, well, it is a brick. Drag coefficient is 0.29. How does the heat affect EV? It becomes really efficient. Even the Leaf became really efficient. I tested it in Thailand in 36 degrees Celsius. It was incredibly efficient. Yeah. Around Bangkok. Well, but you know, even like today, we had 28 degrees Celsius in Norway, and I noticed that the AC was pulling around 500 watts. So you can imagine in Thailand, if it would be 35 degrees, it might pull 1 kilowatt, right? I don't remember how it was in Thailand, but that's only 500 watt extra. But with the higher temperature, you get lower drag, and the benefit of higher temperature, that's way more than 500 watts bonus. So I don't remember how much it is, but like I said, the car becomes really efficient when it's hot outside. So let's say if you, okay, you might have to pull 500 watt extra, but you might save 3 to 5 kilowatts, especially for boxy cars like this. Many cars are kind of boxy. So then it just, when it's nice and hot, then it just, I don't know, it becomes way better. That's what like Leaf, for example, when I tested the Leaf, it's not the most efficient car, right? But somehow in Thailand it became really efficient in the hot weather. And this is also what I experienced, that boxy cars or cars with poor aerodynamics, they will be really thirsty during winter when I do this test here, high-speed test. So boxy cars, they tend to be a lot affected by the temperature outside for the drag part. So I wonder if people travel at night now to avoid traffic, simply because the traffic in the daytime is just annoyingly slow. So at night you can probably travel at least 20-30% faster, which actually matters. If you're going to cover 500 kilometers, you can save an hour at least if you travel at night. glass roof, no problem. Thai people, they can deal with that just fine. What you do is you put tint on the roof. It already comes with some kind of tint from the factory, which is not, I mean, it still works good. I borrowed the press cars in Thailand. It was still okay. But if you're concerned about that, slap down the tint on the roof to block it even further. Go for the quality tints like Lumar, the ceramic tinting, what they were called again. They are really good at blocking infrared, or blocking heat. Man, are people just deaf or something, or blind? Are they just sleep driving with the high beam on? That's a Norwegian Tesla Model 3. Yeah, I see many Norwegians, they want to travel at night for some reason. Glass roof, steel roof. Those glass roofs, they are actually very good at insulating. Okay, steel roof, then you don't feel anything, of course, but I mean, I haven't tested, but like Tesla, you know, they thought about that. There's very good blocking already. If I had time, I could test it. I could put something to cover the outside of the roof, the glass roof, to measure the difference between you know, glass roof from factory versus a possible steel roof instead. No, I thought I was gonna gain on those guys, but they're hammering it. I think we're back on the asphalt. Okay, good. 267 watt-hour per kilometer. Oh shit, we're down to 12.5%. Uh-oh. I just realized, do we have enough juice? We are still 20 kilometers away. Uh-oh. 12%. We have possibly 8 kilowatt hour left, 8.4 divided by 19 kilometers. A budget of 440 watt hour per kilometer. Well, always go deep, right? It seems like the state of charge doesn't drop like a rock, and unfortunately towards the end there's a little bit of slowdown before we arrive. 11% now. I have to pay attention to that. Battery is at 25 to 30 degrees. Yeah, it cooled right after the fast charging session. Well, at least when I measure it last time, and in the range test, I measured 75.5 kilowatt hour only. But then on the first leg here, I measured 76.9. That's whooping 1.5 kilowatt hour more for some reason. And that's closer to the claim spec of 78, I think it was. Okay, 10.5%. Yeah, so it seems like it doesn't plummet towards the end. %. Still 15 kilometers away. We have 22 kilometers on GOM. Let's see what kind of speed we get this time, right? Well, I think that's pretty good. We can travel almost 160 kilometers in one go now. And then we back, 9% now, okay. Maybe we have a little slowdown. Well, no, it was not here. Let's see if we can actually go down to around 2%, see what kind of speed we get. Okay, I need to do another quick clean. These guys are kind of going the same speed as me. Good draft behind them slightly. The other car in front is going, it seems to be boxier. Wonder if that's an X-Bank G6 front. These guys are going basically the same speed as me. Wow, okay, yeah, good night. It's getting bright outside. 8.5%, 11.8 kilometers left. The last like 1.5, 2 kilometers almost is kind of slow. Yeah, at first we have the slowdown in the 100 zone, and then there is the surface streets to get over to Ionity. 8%. Yeah, I wonder if that is an X-Bank G6, and probably a Norwegian registered G6. Lots of Norwegians are heading south. Oh, that's a Swedish car, but 7%. Oh, okay, that's only G6. Is that from Toyota? I think so. It's a fossil. Swedes love their fossils. 6.5%. There's a little slowdown here on the Baustelle. Not sure how much that Swede wants to slow down, but yeah, okay, let me get in front of him. But you should slow down here anyway, right? Even the Swede. .5%. Just a little bit down the road, and then we hit the 100 and the 100 zone. 6%. Well, it seems like it was a good idea to go 60% this time to reach to reach Halmstad. Here we have a Skoda Enyaq Coupe, Norwegian registered. 6%. Consumption on this leg was 270, despite that we went through Göteborg. Damn! I could almost walk. Yeah, it's like a 5-minute walk. Supercharger from there. I don't think Leo's. Oh, there's someone else charging. Oh, this is unusual that we actually have other people charging. Normally, when I come here, it's completely empty. So there's definitely something going on now. During July now, Philippines is active. Oh, they're playing football. What the heck? Can you see if I use this stone here? Okay, let's use this. Well, 265 on this session. Let's check total. 458. Okay, 250 consumption so far. Halmstad. Okay, then put the shaft here, and then I have to find out. Why does it ding at me just because it started charging? Oh, of course, that Skoda Enyaq also wanted to charge here. Should have guessed that. There's plenty of space here. She doesn't need to park right next to me, right? Seriously? Oh, stop the hatchback. Oh, they're gonna leave us even. Okay. We are now at Ionity Halmstad. Getting close to max speed again. Oh yeah, no problemo. Every time. It seems like it was good that I charged with 60.5%. Came here with 5%. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, now we're gonna go to the turnaround point, and then I don't know where we will stop on the way back, but yeah. So far so good, huh? It's okay. It's only 14 degrees outside. But dude, it's crazy. There was another car that was charging there. This is a Norwegian Skoda Enyaq. Like, normally when I come here, it's completely empty. But nowadays, because of summer vacation, then there's way more traffic now. And I mean, dude, it's 3:25 at night, you know, and people are traveling. But you know, not only EVs are traveling, but I see lots of fossil cars traveling at night. So I think they're just avoiding traffic. And I know why, because when I came here with a Neo EL8 last year, like, no joke, seriously, on this stretch here from Varberg, you know, Falkenberg, right? It's 110 and 120 zone here, but the traffic was going at only 90. Actually, between 80 and 100 kilometers per hour. It was super frustrating in the daytime, but usually between noon and 3 in the afternoon. So I can totally understand why people drive at night now. Wait, what, how many? Oh, look at this, huh? 142 kilowatt now, or at least going into the battery. Yeah, 141 kilowatt going into the battery. Huh? Nice. Wait, huh? Are we not? Is the thing? Check here. Is the fridge alive now, or is it? I need to calculate some stuff here. Wait, so is it capped at 357 amps? Also, the click where I'm sleeping, just use about. Okay, let me see. From here to the turnaround point, that's not too far, from what I remember. I might stop at Falkenberg on the way back. There. That's 33 kilometers. Well, this is okay. If I now end it stop and wait, I could go to Valberg. That'd be great. 137 kilometers. That is totally accessible. But we have to expect some high consumption. Let's say 137 kilometers. Let's assume 300 watt-hour per kilometer. Yeah, okay. If we go 60%, then we can make it to Valberg. We can even bail out at Falkenberg or Himmler if it's not possible. The battery is an 81 kilowatt hour. Now I feel like I need some drinks. Let me see. Oh, I was going to check something. I'm going to check if the fridge is still alive. Let me see. Wait, how is it? I have to check also the bedroom here. Isabel's bedroom. How is it? And here it's 25 degrees. Okay. Here is 25 degrees. Okay, but Isabel seems to be sleeping well. That's good. What is the temp in the house? 27. Dude, it was 30 degrees in the living room when I came home this afternoon. Okay, listen. Let's go check. Yeah, I'm gonna check the fridge. Is it online now? Reconnecting. Yeah, okay. It is active. 3 degrees Celsius. Alright, that's good. You can't. Well, sorry, I haven't. Okay. And it's not that big difference because right now when I'm parked, I don't want to click the microphone on me, so there will be some distance. You can still hear me, but you just can't hear me that clear. But that's as expected. I could switch a little bit. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'll put this in the trunk, then I put the other one. I can use the other one in the front. Hello. Just have to close the door here so I don't get any bugs in the. But yeah, okay. Yeah, so. Sorry, I mean just close this. Wait, let me clean this. But yeah, so you. Oh, I see. But then, just curious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me check here first. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, a little bit of chill time. Clean the windscreen again. 143 kilo. Oh, look at this. Okay, great. Talk to the guys here. They are from Czech Republic. They are traveling. They live in Norway, so they have Norwegian registered Skoda Enyaq Coupe. Yeah. So the reason why they travel at night is because they're catching a ferry from Trelleborg at 9 in the morning. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So it was when I hear the story behind people. Wait, look at this. Oh, you can see the battery here now. It's cooling at 1.5 kilowatt. Ah, nice. Yeah, I forgot about that. They show it now. Yeah. Okay, anyway, I think I will go for 60% again. Yeah. Yeah, by 55%, but then we stretch it a little bit extra to 60 and then we go for it. Wait, maybe I should put the. I can put the can, empty can. Or will that be? Yeah. Let me do that. Let me see. Oh, 49% already. What? We're almost good to go. I need to quickly eat another slice of bread here. But wait. What if I go Falkenberg? And then I skip Weiberg. And then I go for Specular. And then Strömstad, then home. Kind of like that idea. Oh wait. But from Strömstad, it is kind of far. Yeah. You know what? I might want to skip Strömstad, maybe go for it. Yeah. I think Spekerud. Are they done? I think Spekerud and then possibly Sarpsborg and then home. Yeah. So that means Varberg. Wait. Yeah, Varberg. Well, Varberg Specular is kind of short. No, I skip Specular. I go Varberg. Oh, wait. I go Varberg. Hoxtorp. Yeah, that's usually how I do it. Varberg, Hoxtorp. Yeah. Salzburg and then home. Sounds like a plan. We're gonna go for 60% again. I brought 3 slices of bread. I'm eating the second slice now, so I have one more. But then I see that I won't be able to visit that. It's like, okay, buy food. What? The Skoda Enyaq is gone already. What? They charge just a little bit and they're gone. They're charging faster than me. But I seem to drive faster than them. Yeah, I even talked to those guys. If I didn't talk to them, I would have 7 minutes available. Let's get ready. I'm going to shoot a little clip that the Skoda guys left already. We're about to leave. We're 58% now. I'm going to leave at 60-ish. Good. The heck, man? The Skoda guys. Okay, good to go. The Skoda guys, they came a couple of minutes after me and they left a couple of minutes before me. What? So I stayed for 20 minutes. They charge for around 15 minutes. But the Skoda Enyaq can take 185 kilowatt, right? Fairly flat curve. And those guys, they've been watching my videos. I bet they charge to only 50, 60%. They were like, okay, we have enough. Oh. I think it has a flatter curve, so even at 40%, it can still take some decent speed versus this car. So they probably had way better average than my car here. I would assume that I maybe have 130 kilowatt average. I didn't look closely on the display. But man, let me see. But I drive faster than them, but I also burn through more energy than them. But they're going all the way to Trelleborg, but then I'll be turning around soon. And yeah, the guy asked me about how what I think about this car. I was like, well, I mean, it's a nice car, but the software is kind of dinosaur. And actually, on the scale, you know, Tesla is on the one side of the scale for how advanced it is and with lots of features. And if you consider like smoothness features, there, right? Tesla is most likely the best there out there. But then I consider Xpeng to be second best. For the longest time, I also considered Neo, but then I feel like Neo has kind of fallen a little bit behind, but still also pretty good. So probably like Xpeng second, in terms of tech, and then Neo on a good third. But or I'm not sure if it's Neo or Seeker. Wait. Okay, we need to deduct this. No, I'm just kidding. And then on the other end of the scale, like really dinosaur cars. First, I thought, we only have Kias and Hyundai. No. There's one thing that is even worse. You know what it is? Stellantis cars. Are they closing? Really? Or are just rumors and speculations? That's so interesting. The Skoda Enyaq guys, the reason why they travel at night is because they want to reach this ferry at Trelleborg at 9. So yeah, from here they can probably reach Helsingborg, or maybe, I don't know, it seems like they want to go for Ionity. Oh, it's getting so bright already, damn. If they reach 60% within around 15 minutes, then yeah, they could probably reach Helsingborg, or maybe even Malmö, Ionity. That'll be plenty of time to reach the ferry then, Trelleborg. Does Volkswagen use same software, Xpen? Huh? No. But the Skoda guy told me that ID software, they recently implemented pet mode. Oh no, the camp mode they call it. So I wonder how it works. But I mean, it's not hocus pocus. It's just, keep climate on when other stuff on, and you can lock the car while you're not there, just like Tesla. Very convenient. In Tesla, you can even choose to keep the USB and stuff active after you left the car. Very convenient. I mean, if you have 80 kilowatt hour battery, why being so damn stingy on it? Like for example, Mercedes. It's like HVAC is on for a couple of minutes, then boom, 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 stop. What the fuck, man? Freaking EQS with 120 kilowatt hour battery is still being stingy on the juice. At least Tesla, like Millennium Falcon back in the days, would at least keep heater and screen on for half an hour before it shut down. I don't even remember before camp mode was introduced. When I was charging on AC, I had to wake up. I was sleeping while I was charging on AC for free back then. And but I just cleaned the windscreen. They put the car in neutral. And the park brake trick didn't work while you were plugged in. So then the only way for me was to wake up every half an hour and just press on the screen. I remember, man, that was the old. I would travel with wifey, and wifey would be sleeping in the back in the mattress there, nice and straight at least. And I would be sleeping in the front seat, and I will wake up and press the screen every half an hour to get some heat. Or sometimes, okay, I might let it sleep for like 45 minutes to an hour, and then it depends. If it's kind of cold outside, then yeah, need to wake up more often. So it wasn't the greatest sleep, but at least I was able to charge while sleeping. But I remember it was Shuko, it was 13 amp. But everything counts back then when we didn't have superchargers all over the place, and the charging adapter was not implemented yet. Or yeah, man, those were the days. Okay, look after a Skoda Enyaq, white Norway registered Skoda Enyaq coupe. Okay, let me see, since last reset. Okay, let me check here. Since last charge, I'm not gonna pay attention to. Wow, okay, 328 watt-hour per kilometer. But let me check here. Yeah, it's doing the battery care now. It's cooling down the battery right after we leave. It will run that for around 10-15 minutes. Norwegian, Polish, oh, Swedish. The Citroen EC3, yeah. Horrible car, man. Shit. Well, we never went on a weekend trip or something with a Xpeng X9. It seems like they have two X9s available for lending out, because I borrowed two different X9s. So maybe if I asked them, I could borrow. But I mean, they already have lined up all the press cars for test. And plus, okay, at least in August, I should get Millennium Falcon back, right? And I bet someone wants to see me use Millennium Falcon as the weekend trip car, whatever. And even in the Millennium Falcon, I could fit the Jova fridge. I just have to, I can put some stuff in the well under there to pad it up slightly. Yeah, like 20 centimeter of luggage, and then the fridge will kind of sit in that well a little bit. But then, where do you get power? Well, I have to run the cable all the way to the front. And the front, very important to use the USB adapter thingy for the cigarette lighter. Because the two USB-A, they only provide 500 milliamp or 2.5 watt. Yeah. 5 volts. This is working horrible, man. Almost useless. I could use them to slowly charge up a power bank, but it's not really needed. With that Jova adapter, I have one USB-A that is all fairly quick, and then two USB-C, so that's plenty enough. And if the fridge is using one USB-C, then the other will at least be available. Yeah, that's true. Maybe I should bring a power bank, because then I can slowly top up the power bank, and then if we need to charge something, then we can discharge it quickly. Yeah. mean, I could even charge on a USB-A. I mean, that is okay speed. But that'd be interesting. How will Millennium Falcon work as a family, like a weekend trip to, I don't know where we would go, Kristiansand Dyrepark, or maybe Folvik again. But I don't know, I wasn't super, wife and I, we weren't super impressed of Bjørneparken. It was like, okay, there's some animals there, and there's some playground, but I feel like there were not enough seating place there, or not enough benches, a place you can sit and relax. And, yeah. So we actually agree that we like Copenhagen Zoo better. Also, the food selection at the Bjørneparken was not the best. And also when we consider Lilleputthammer, well, Lilleputthammer, they haven't added more facilities there over the years. Kind of stagnated, but also they don't keep the prices too high. So, okay, versus the price you pay, then I still consider Lilleputthammer okay. And then Bjørneparken, at least we get the Obos discount, so that was 440 NOK saved there. So that's, yeah, just 1 year of Obos membership is around 200 NOK. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll just make a 4K podcast about my charging tip for the summer. Because I'm kind of running out of time here. Well, I could sit in the car and show you guys the app and whatever, but okay. I mean, it's probably good enough to just talk in the podcast, right? Okay, let me prepare for that. After we turn around, I can have a little podcast about my charging tips. Wait, you need to charge the mic though. Okay, now we good. Let me check the mic here. Okay, it's good. Alright, let me check here. Wait, okay, menu. Okay. Ready? Just wait a little bit. Oh, a tree. Okay. It's not that far. Okay, so now I want to navigate to Ionity. Bye. Okay, found it. Good. Set as destination. What does it say? What the fuck say? How many percent arrival? 18%? Okay, let's say 5%, then we are happy. Consumption so far in this leg is 328 watt-hour per kilometer. Yo, what's up? We are now sitting in a Kia EV5 Long Range front-wheel drive, in case you guys are wondering, but it's not too relevant anyway. But yes, in this video I want to talk about my charging tips for the summer. So yeah, I'm running out of time. You know, we have kids, we have gone on vacation and stuff. So first I wanted to make a video where I sit in the car and I explain to you and I show you the apps and stuff. But okay, that part showing the app, I think it's not needed. You can just hear it from me here in a 4K podcast. We are driving down Hollandsåsen right now. I'm doing the 1,000 kilometer challenge. Just want to tell you guys a couple of tips about stuff, right? First of all, it's about trying to cut the cost low, save money. Yes. Like for me, I plan trip. Wow, look at that. That is a nice sunrise. 4 at night. Yeah. When I plan a trip now, Europe road trip, well, Europe-ish. We might go to Gdansk. We might go to Amsterdam. I haven't decided yet. Some people say that Amsterdam is not very child-friendly. Yeah. And then some people say that, but Gdansk is not that cheap anymore. So, okay. The point of going to Poland was to not ruin myself in terms of economy here. But okay, anyway, so it means that as long as it's not too inconvenient, then you should consider maybe saving some money on charging on a trip, Europe trip. And you know, I've seen it. You know, in the free supercharging program I have, I can see that once a Tesla goes on a road trip, in normal months it might consume 50, 100, maybe 200 kilowatt hour, right? But on a road trip, it can easily consume 1,000 kilowatt hour extra or 1 megawatt hour extra, right? Or maybe more. I've seen somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 kilowatt hour extra, depending on how far you travel. So, yeah, first tip is, depending on which car you have, but it also depends, okay, everything depends, but you have to figure out yourself. But I'm just going to toss it out that you should seriously consider Ionity Passport. You can just get 1 month of Ionity Passport power, very important. Get Ionity Passport power, because then in many countries you can get way cheaper charging. And you might be thinking, yeah, but you have to pay the monthly fee. Yeah, but you know, when you're on vacation, you might spend 2 to 3 months on vacation anyway, right? What you can do is you subscribe, and then right after you pay for it, then you cancel, and then it will last for 1 month, and then it cancels by itself. You don't have to forget. I mean, even if you forget about it, no problem. You will have 1 month of that subscription. And in most cases, depending on what car you have, only one charging session around 50 kilowatt hour is enough to save that Ionity Passport subscription, whatever. And that's only 50 kilowatt hour. Like I mentioned, you can easily burn 1,000 or 1,500 kilowatt hour during your vacation. So okay, not all of that needs to be Ionity, but it's worth it, right? Second, you should consider is Tesla supercharger, a membership. Same there. It costs around 10-12 euros. I don't remember. You can just subscribe for it and then cancel it right away. So then you have those two. If you want to helgardere, you have those two. But here comes the difference, because Tesla for now only has 400 volt, except for the one in Hellerudsletta. So if you have, like I'm going to be using the Q6 e-tron, I will borrow it from Möller. Thank you so much for 3 weeks actually. That is 800 volts, and then when you charge at supercharger, well, it still goes at okay speed, 135 kilowatts. So then it depends. Is it critical that you charge really fast? If it is, then I suggest you go for only Ionity. But if you want to have extra flexibility, you can go for Ionity and Tesla. Then you get better coverage, and then there are many cases where like a 20-minute stop doesn't matter because you have kids or dogs or wife who needs to pee, right? And then that stop will be longer than 15-20 minutes. So then you might as well stop for 45 minutes, and then it means that the supercharger will still be plenty enough speed. Yeah, so those two I recommend. But also now it comes to some local stuff. In Norway, for Norwegian, like you don't even have to be in Oslo located, but Obos is this Oslo. I don't remember what Obos is acronym for. Oslo, whatever. Obos is like a organization, a group for well, it is for buying or whatever. That's what it was originally for buying property in Oslo. But then, you know, I recently went from. I've been Obos member. I had Obos apartment at Haugerud many years ago, and also Alnabru. That was also Obos. So for me, for the longest time, Obos membership made sense. But then after I sold that and moved over to Yes Home, then I went over to, they call it Selleie, which is a different ownership thingy, not in that group anymore. So I was gonna cancel the Obos membership, but then they asked me, well, are you sure? Because it costs only 200 NOK, and then you can transfer that Obos membership to, for example, Isabel. But then the cap is at her age, right? They call it, what do you call it? Anciennitet, yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna go too much in detail that, but something about when she wants to buy Obos house one day, or maybe if I want to buy for her or someone, you know, then we can snatch they call it forkjøpsrett, but whatever. But I don't remember exactly how much, but I think it was around 200 NOK a year only for the membership. And the bonus there is that you get lots of discounts, or they have deals. For example, if you have kids, it greatly pays off. It depends how old the kids are, but you can get 50% discount on Legoland, for example, with Obos membership. And also recently we went to Bjørneparken. For me, it was like, wife and I was like, okay, it's not super interesting for us, for the kids, but maybe for other people, it's super good. But there also we get discount. I don't remember, it was 20 or 30%. So on the family package, we saved around 400 NOK. So you can get lots of discounts various places. Also, you get 45 euro flat discount at Circle K charging. So normally when you do the whole Circle K thing, you have to build up more visits to get the higher tier, right? It's like frequent flyer. And once you hit the highest tier, you then achieve 45 euro per kilowatt hour. But for me, since I was Obos member, I instantly got 45 euro per kilowatt hour. But now during summer months in July, I don't remember until when, by the end of July-ish, then as a Obos member, you get minus 100 euro or minus 1 NOK discount. So then suddenly, Circle K cost, and normally it's 6.3 NOK or 6.29, I think it was. So now it's only 5.3 NOK per kilowatt hour with that Obos. And then that means that it's actually cheaper than the Uno X stations. They are usually 5.5 NOK per kilowatt hour. And then Mer and recharge is around 6 usually. Yeah, and then Tesla depends where you charge, but Tesla, if you charge at night, many places, you can get away with around 2 to 3 NOK per kilowatt hour, which is also quite cheap. And then Ionity, the beauty of Ionity is that Ionity raised the prices many places across Europe, but in Norway they didn't touch the price. So it's still 3 NOK per kilowatt hour flat. No matter, I mean, that's passport power. No matter if it's day or night, as long as there's no Ladestad, then you get that price, which is pretty good. And another tip I will suggest, tell you guys is that in Norway at least, and also Sweden, where I have experience, and also Denmark, and maybe also Germany, stay away from AC charging. Ironically, AC charging hardware shouldn't be that expensive, but for some reason, in those countries I mentioned, it is overpriced. Like even in Sweden, 5 SEK per kilowatt hour for AC charging, whereas Ionity or Tesla is like 3 to 4 NOK per SEK per kilowatt hour. So like, what the heck? Just stay away from AC charging. Ironically, that AC charging should be better for the grid, should be better for the car's battery health, but it's just expensive. So whatever, if you think, oh, but you want to take care of the battery. No, okay, don't worry too much about that, And also during vacation, I don't care too much. I did that with Melanie Falcon. I charged to 100%, 95%, but with a bit of planning, you can charge to kind of high-ish before you leave so that you don't stay at 100% too long, right? Or even AC charging, you try to schedule it so that it finishes charging a couple of hours before you leave, then it doesn't hurt the battery too much. But then, here comes the dilemma. Do you want to AC charge to 80% so that you can travel in the daytime and DC charge? I think it's better to AC charge to 100% so that you can minimize the amount of DC charge you need. But then if you can get free or cheap AC charging somewhere or destination charger somewhere, then okay, that would be okay. Yeah, I forgot about this Tesla destination chargers. I don't remember how it was. In the past, it was free, but I haven't really bothered using them. But I think, yeah, maybe destination charger would be okay if they have okay pricing. Knowing Tesla, they should have sensible pricing on AC charging, destination chargers. So there, it should also work on other brands, but it depends. So some Tesla, those wall boxes are configured for Tesla only. So you could just have to try to find out, plug it in, and see if it works or not. Otherwise, you might have a plan B. Yeah. But what I've experienced in many years of road tripping is that for me, it was easier and less hassle to just use Tesla supercharger, right? Naturally because we had Tesla, right? And also those cars I had free supercharging. So even though it was kind of slow-ish on some of the cars, like Optimus Prime, it was nerfed. It was still less hassle because I tried in the past to use some AC charging in the city over there, right? But it was just hassle. You had to download an app. It was in German only. It required maybe some credit card or some other. But it has been better. Yeah, I remember it now when I went to München recently during the Tesla takeover event at Flachau. I was surprised to see that they finally have card payment, but there is always a butt crack. It was freaking expensive. It was like how much was it again? 65 euro cents per kilowatt hour. It's like, what the heck, man? Tesla Ionity is roughly half the price. So I would say use those expensive chargers if you don't have any other options. If you if it's unplanned, if you run into Ladestad on your desired supercharger or Ionity, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, another thing I should mention is that in general, across Europe, there are way more supercharger stalls versus Ionity, and I think like 99% of the superchargers are open for other cars. So yeah, and Tesla has been improving many V3, V2 sites with V4 stalls. So even though they don't have the 800 volt architecture, they still have the longer cable on the V4 stall. So it's super useful for cars that has a charge port on the right side with the wrong side, should have been left side with the right side, like this car here, the EV5. has a charger on the right front. It's like fat e-tron. It's like clumsy, man. But whatever, you know, it means that you park the wrong way, and it becomes the same as a Tesla, kind of. Yeah. So you don't upset too many Tesla owners. But yeah, so this is what I experienced, even with the non-Teslas, even with the Neo EL8. But last year when I drove Neo EL8, I tried to use the swap to try to experience how the swap was. But I ended up many times, you know, like it would be more convenient just to plug in. But then it was expensive, you know. My tip is that, okay, in the past, yes, in the past, like let's say 3 to 5 years ago, it was like a jungle of charging apps out there, and like different charging networks, and it was really clumsy. I remember, like, when I traveled before kids, you know, when I traveled, I was like, huh? What? I tried to use the AC charging and stuff, and it was like, ugh, frustrating. I just gave up, and I ended up using Ionity and Tesla. And I keep mentioning Ionity and Tesla because they have Europe-wide network. Yeah, we heard recently that Mer and Eviny, they are joining forces, and they also have chargers across many European countries. But nothing beats Ionity and Tesla because they have in almost all the European countries. And as long as you have the Tesla account, and you have configured it with a credit card, and you have the Ionity account, you, to keep it simple, you just need those two apps and those two users, and you can cover 90 to 95% of your charging needs. And for added flexibility in some of the Nordic countries like Norway, Sweden, Denmark, you can also get the Circle K app. Like I mentioned, but this is for Norwegians, if you're a Obos member. But also you can become a Circle K Extra member, yeah, and you get some bonus. I think, yeah, but the thing is that Circle K Extra membership in Norway doesn't apply to Sweden. But I think the discount applies. Yeah, the discount applies, I remember. So even for me, the Obos membership, I get lower price in Sweden when I charge here. So that's good. But then it depends where you're going. So if you're not going in the Nordic countries, then don't bother with Circle K. So just then I recommend just going for Tesla and Ionity. But there's another thing you should you should know, I want to point out, which is those roaming apps like Plug Surfing or Elton we have in the Nordic countries. They are very convenient because you can roam across many CPOs, but they add a freaking expensive roaming fee, and like, it's maybe, I don't remember, it was 10-20% more expensive than using the native app, or even maybe using the card payment that many places offer. So yeah, and in general, Mer and Recharge in Norway at least, they are, and also in Sweden, yeah, they are actually kind of expensive compared to Tesla and Ionity. So of course, if you just occasionally fast charge, then no problem. But in this scenario, you're going on a road trip and you're going to fast charge a lot because AC charging sucks in price, right? Except for maybe destination charger, Tesla. Yeah, I remember there was something about some question, what do you call it, a survey. I don't remember, it was Elbilforeningen, you know, the Norwegian EV Association or somewhere. They, like, even today, Norwegian EV owners are a bit confused about pricing. Like, they don't tell you the price on the charger because they might have dynamic prices, right? Or yeah. So, few places like Tesla V4 stalls will say that the price without before membership discount is displayed on the charger screen, and then Uno X, they have it on the column along with the the dinosaur juice prices. But that's pretty much it. When you go to other CPOs, you have to go online to find the prices. And that for a good reason, because they've been changing the prices over the years, and every time they change the price, someone needs to go on all those chargers and put up a new sticker, and that costs money. So yeah, I mean, that's why, because the whole system is not like fossil, where you have a digital column showing price day to day, you know. So yeah, avoid those roaming things. I tried some of those in the old days with MC Hammer. That was in 2019. I went to Switzerland. I was like, I used some plug surfing and whatever, right? I was like, what? It was like it was like 80 euro cents per kilowatt hour. I was like, what, huh? Yeah. So then I was like, okay, screw that. I'll just supercharge. Takes a little bit longer. And MC Hammer, yeah, that was Model 3 with a Panasonic battery. It charges pretty fast anyway, so no big deal. That's what I found out. Yeah, at least in the old days, or it actually depends where you're going. Some places, like if you're going maybe to, I'm not sure how it is today in Slovenia, Croatia, or some of the other countries. Instead of wasting time like finding out about an app or whatever, right? Like just spending 5-10 minutes extra at the supercharger or your Ionity is better. You know what I mean? Like I have tried it. I have experienced it firsthand. Like try to install an app or try this and try that, and then it failed. And like, huh? But okay, what's gonna happen today? Likely is that you don't have to dig around with apps. You can just tap the card, and then it takes your money, and then you lose money instead. So again, there, it's more like, okay, in the old days, you waste the time. Nowadays, if you are unplanned or you do the roaming or whatever, you spend extra money. And depending on how much you charge, if you charge 50 kilowatt hour, you could waste several tens of euros for nothing, really, right? Or by, you know, okay, so yeah, what else is it I'm gonna say? I had a good point. Sorry, this is kind of unplanned. I don't have a script. I'm also driving. I don't want to look at a script, but yeah, I was gonna say something. Be careful about one thing. I made a mistake before. Is that I saw that, I had, yeah, I was like, I bounded the Circle K. You can, in the Circle K app, you can add an RFID chip. I was like, very convenient. So I added a chip. I added the Fortum charge and drive. This is before they call a recharge, right? I added the chip and said, very convenient, because then I could just did every time I went to Fortum, and then I can just did every time I went to the Circle K chargers. Very convenient. But then I noticed, like, it works on Ionity. Huh? What? Free charging? Yeah. Until I found out afterwards. No, that was niche custom laws. That was Circle K roaming on the Ionity and way higher price. Like they added 20%. What? It was like almost 10 NUC per kilowatt hour. And then, okay, so I removed that. And then afterwards, it was like, it still works on Ionity. What? Okay, great. Then I found out, freaking recharge also roams on Ionity. So you have to be careful, because if you use those RFIDs and there's some roaming shit, you're gonna spend way too much money on the roaming cost, man. So just be careful about roaming. You know, even if a chip works on a place, it's not free. Most likely, you know, the time is past where there's free charging. Like, I remember in the old days, yes, that was like 10 years ago, there'd be free 50 kilowatt chargers and stuff. You know, that doesn't happen today anymore. So just keep that in mind, you know, when you go on a trip. But yeah, what else is it? Yeah, I mean, I would still say, please try to use common sense. If there's Ladestau, you don't have to charge 100%, right? It depends. Okay, it depends. If you have an Xpeng G6 or G9, you know, then okay, no problem. right? Even at 95%, you're taking 100 kilowatt or something like, then it's schnell anyway. But if you're taking only 30 kilowatt and there's Ladestau behind you, then you should consider getting out of the bay so other people can take that slot, you know? So, yeah. And I mean, now it becomes kind of technical because many of the Alpitronics nowadays, there's 400 kilowatt or 300 kilowatt, but two stalls are sharing, right? So if you have a slow charging car, you should maybe try to use other stalls that are kind of slower, because that's a bit precious power that is not available. So you know what? If you have an Eagle or something slow, I suggest that you use chem power if it's available. I mean, or if you caring about others, you know what I mean? Because chem power, they have usually 25 or 50 kilowatt power units, like resolution. It depends if you go 800 volt to 400 volt. Whereas the other, like Alpitronic or Delta chargers, they usually have 75 or 100, 200 kilowatt, you know. So, yeah. But the best is to avoid Ladestau. So of course, you should try to check. Like this is why I also recommend Tesla. Tesla is really advanced. Okay, Ionity will just show you if you have Ladestau. I mean, if all the stalls are occupied. But Tesla, even for non-Tesla drivers, will show you how many minutes or wait time you have. This is Tesla alien technology. So for me, okay, if it's just a couple, like if there's a place that where I really want to stop and charge because there's a favorite chop restaurant there, okay, I don't mind waiting 5 minutes if there's only 5-minute wait time. But in most other cases, I will just avoid that location and go somewhere else instead. But that usually means maybe going to a place less desirable, which doesn't have restaurant or anything nearby. So you just have to consider what is the best case for you, right? So and also another tip is that if it's really busy, Ladestau and stuff, then you should maybe consider charging when you can, not charge when you must. So you might sometimes charge when you have 20-30% left, not 5% left, because then you might be stuck at some Ladestau and wait for an hour or half an hour. So, but I think actually not that bad nowadays. Yeah. So it depends, of course, but also if you go to a big site with many stalls, many CPOs, then there's a higher chance that it's bigger. I mean, it's the what do you call it, turnaround time is shorter, so there's higher chance that you can get the stall before it's too late. I mean, before you have to wait too long, right? So yeah. What else can I say? Ladestau, hopefully you avoid it, right? Yeah, okay, there's another thing I should tell you is that for the lowest price, it depends what you're gonna, I mean, also depends which country, but if you care, you could charge at night. Like Tesla, they have dynamic pricing many places, and at night, some of the sites will be really cheap, especially in Norway. Like you can get away with around 15 euro cents per kilowatt hour at supercharger, you know. So I mean, it depends, of course. You have to look at the time stuff and the price, and as long as it's not too inconvenient for you, then you could even go to some supercharger at night or late evening. It doesn't have to be night, maybe after 10 in the evening or before 6 or 8 in the morning, you know. Yeah, even Yes Home supercharger at Remen, they have the low price, and also Hellerud, yeah, until 9 in the morning. So you don't have to go like crazy, you know, early. You can just charge, but also maybe consider preheating, yes, so you get faster charging, and then you save time, you know. So yeah, I think that was it. Trying to remember all the tips and tricks about how to save money and how to also save time and make the whole let me check. Yeah, make the whole experience with vacation with electric mobility easier. But I would also say, for people who drive fossil cars, be like, lol, like I've seen the comments. It happens all the time, especially during 1,000 kilometer challenge. Be like, lol, my diesel car can drive 1,200 kilometers in one go. I'll be like, yes. Let me ask you. I have driven fossil cars in the past. Trust me. You don't drive 1,200 kilometers in one go, right? You will drive maybe 300 to 500 kilometers, and then you stop for peeing and stuff. And even the modern EVs nowadays, they don't have to be that expensive. We're not talking about EQS price here. We talk about X-Bank price, right? P7 Plus, G9, G6, or maybe the Seeker. Well, they are kind of thirsty, but Seeker 7 GT, or maybe the Core version. Or many other cars, they charge pretty fast. And even after 3-4 hour driving, you can top up for around 20 minutes, and then you can still drive quite far, right? So, actually 20 minutes on the X-Bank, you'll be at 95% or 90%. Yeah, but yeah. So just to people who consider EV and you'll be like, nah, I don't want to dick around with that shit. Well, it's actually not that bad. With a bit of planning, and like, you don't need a jungle of apps. Like I mentioned, if you want to keep it simple, get Ionity and Tesla, sign up 1 month, cancel. That's it. 2 apps to rule them all. Okay, but 2 apps should be plenty enough. And then if you want to have more, then each shit, no battery. Okay, 20%. If you want to just make sure you have enough, then you could, in each country, there might be one CPO, whatever, that covers a lot. Like, I don't know, Fastnet in the Benelux countries, maybe, and like I mentioned, Circle K in the Nordic countries. Then you have one extra layer of flexibility if everything else fails, right? But that should be enough. It's not rocket science. And another thing I should point out is that despite that you fast charge a lot, I don't think it's gonna it's not gonna kill the battery in just 1 week. One vacation. Like when I do my trips or 1,000 kilometer challenge, I don't see the health drop by 1%. And as long as you avoid fast charging to 100% in Tesla, at least, then you don't kill the battery too much, right? And also, when it comes to cost, like I mentioned, as long as you sign up for those subscription and you just use common sense, don't charge too expensive places, then it actually becomes cheaper than using dinosaur juice. Yeah, just do the math. 1.5 to 1.8 euros per liter on dinosaur juice versus charger / Ionity. It's more likely in most cases, depends where and all that, even with DC fast charging. Yeah, but of course, if you only tap the card and charge at freaking 80 euro cents per hour and stuff, and you hammer 200 kilometers per hour just to slow down before the next Baustelle, then of course you're gonna burn a lot of money. Just use common sense, bruk huet. Yeah, and then you will have a nice and pleasant road trip. And I would say it's actually better than fossil, because with electro auto, you have other benefits. It depends how good the car is. For example, if you have a cooler box with you, like I have now in this box, in the Jova cooler box fridge, and if you have a Tesla or maybe some other cars, you can, some of the I think X-Bank has it also, maybe Seeker. You can keep the 12 volt or the USB active while you are gone, and you can set how many hours or something you want it. So then when you are doing stuff I don't know, go on amusement park or whatever, you can keep the throttle active and keep the cooler box nice and cool, because you might have checked out at one Airbnb and then on the way somewhere doing something, and then so that you know you don't have a hotel or a place to stay where you can put your fridge food there, right? Could be stuff like milk and stuff or yogurt that spoils. So there in a fossil car you cannot do that. But with EV, well-designed EVs with good software, then you can run stuff like that, right? Or even if there for some reason you don't want the car to be too hot, then Tesla has even the cabin overheat protection. You can set 40 or 50 degrees Celsius max temp and it will do some only fan to keep the cabin not too hot. There could be reasons why you don't want it to be too hot. Maybe you have food in the car, or maybe you have what do you call it again, cosmetics, right? The women, I know that cosmetics might not like too high temperature over time before they start degrading and spoiling or whatever. So yeah, EV is the way to go. You know, once you realize the disadvantage with EV minor versus the advantage with EV, like economy and convenience and whatever, then I would say that EV wins. Yeah. So yeah, I think I cover everything now. So just trying to give you guys as many tips as possible. And of course, you can also comment in the comment section if you have more tips to other people about what to do, what to avoid, and so on. Yeah. Okay, one last thing I will mention is that in the old days, I would spend so much time looking for places with hotels or Airbnb or something, right? With AC charging, destination charging, or some kind of AC charging. Nowadays, I feel like cars are charging faster and faster. The battery technology is evolving, and also the charging network is evolving big time. So for me, nowadays, I don't waste time looking at places with AC charging nearby. I would rather just look at a place without maggots. No, I'm just kidding. But I was like, well, whatever. I look at price instead, and then because I found out that with kids, we usually stop somewhere, and then there's some kind of fast charging nearby. I top up for 10-15 minutes, and then by the time the food is ready, I just go move the car, and then that's it. Very convenient. And as long as you stay on the right network and you have the right subscription, then it doesn't cost you too much either, right? So okay. Anyway, I think that's it. Plenty of tips from me. So that's gonna be for now. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching, and talk to you later. Hey, what the heck is it? Oh, it's not people. There was some farm smell around Falkenberg here. No, around Varberg. Okay, we're almost at Varberg now. We've arrived with less than 10%. That's perfect. Been nailing the charging stops now, like a ninja. Okay, you know, I might just use my own cleaning equipment. Let's see. It's actually closer if we just go from the trunk and stuff, unless it's right there by the charger. But okay, here I can use whatever Ionity charger. It doesn't matter because this car, yeah, doesn't go much faster than 150 kilowatt anyway, or 350 whatever amp it was. So there, from Varberg, I'll probably just go Håkstorp. Then we have to go a little bit supercharger. Two last will be supercharger. Håkstorp and then Strömstad. No, Håkstorp and then what was it again? Sarpsborg. But yeah, it's a nice dawn. This car should do it in around 10 hours and 15 minutes, I believe. Well, actually, you know, my spreadsheet claims 1020. Yeah, I think that should be it, 1020, because this car doesn't charge that fast. Low battery. Okay, battery conditioning disabled. What? Do you need to condition the battery? You're already at 24 to 30 degrees. That's fine. Yeah, so I should post this charging tip quite quickly. Well, there was a lot of useful tip about stuff. Like, I've been traveling through Europe for many years, and I experienced a lot of stuff. And this thing kind of, I can swap the drink with a cold drink in the back. Well, I don't know when the kids will be able to sustain at least, well, it doesn't have to be 1,000 kilometers in one day, but at least 600 kilometers would be great. Yeah. Is that car on high beam? It is on high beam. What's wrong with people? Down to 11%, 9.2 kilometers left. Always go deep. Yeah. Charge immediately, power limited. What are you at 10.5%? What are you nagging about? Gee, man. Calm down, boy. It's fine. Maybe I should buy some food at Circle K, since I already have it there, because on the next two stops there will be no food options available. Wait, unless Håkstorp opens by the time I get there. Good to remember. 10%. Hammering it. But we need to test something. Okay. Charge up this thing. Still have a couple of hours left. Let's test how long I can keep the fridge powered. But I need to quickly charge it. You see, I'm taking. Oh wait, shit. It's charging on only 27 watts. Of course, go slow. Need to borrow the 100 watt plug a bit. There. 8%. Okay. works, yeah. Test how much the fridge is yeah, with a power bank, just to get an idea. I haven't been in Varberg too often because of the fast charging cars lately. Oh, somebody's using the golden charger. Okay, let me see. Well, here I might want to plug in on that side. Where is it? They're cleaning. Okay, I use my own bucket then. I'll do this and then this. Well, okay, that one is kind of doggy. Avoid it. We'll use the next one. Hopefully this is working right. Like this. 299 watt-hour per kilometer on this leg. Damn. 261 total. Why bike? The handshake should go fairly quick, and then from here we're probably going to go to Hogstorp. Why does it even need to ding me because the charging started, huh? That's silly. Okay, let me just navigate to Tesla Hogstorp. You found it. 140 kilometers away. Well, that's, I guess, the best deal. Dude, it bugs me that I need to charge in order to get to Hogstorp. What do you think I'm doing right now? Oh. Okay, we can check with a better route planner again then. Should be fairly accurate. We don't need the live stuff, we don't have that. Tesla Hogstorp. Huh? No, I'm not going to spend 23%. I think it's lost. Okay. We are now at Varberg, and consistently I get this nice speed, 140 kilowatt. Oh, and then more. Yeah. I wish we could get this speed in the Kia e-Niro and the e-Soul, and what else? Yeah, and the EV3. How about that? At least that's better than, okay, it's not 800 volt, but still. Oh. Oh damn! I just realized something. It's a regular weekday today. I wonder if there'll be some morning stau. Okay. But do we go for 55% this time? 152 kilometers. Okay, I can expect the consumption to be. What was the consumption? Oh, so 260. Okay, let's say 250 then. Worst case, 250 times 152. Okay, and then I need 50. I can go 55% and possibly drive it. Okay, let me leave. Come back. Oh, it's down to 25 kilowatt. It's 25. No, it's not. Is it? Huh? 47 watts. Okay. Huh. Is it split? No? Maybe it doesn't. Let me see. Will it fire up if I do this? If I use the other USB? If I use this and then use this? See how fast it is to communicate. I have to go toilet now, and I'll be back. Yeah. Okay. What? Why did it stop? Probably have fairly limited time here anyway. Okay, I'll be back. see, this is almost good to go. You have to get ready. Yeah, 80 minutes. This is very consistent. Yeah, so every time that we charge for 20 minutes, from 5-ish% to 60%. So this time we will probably go to Hogstorp then. But yeah, I wonder if there's any traffic in the morning. We get caught by Stau in Mortensrud even. So a little status update. We have done 594 kilometers now and 262 watt-hour per kilometer. Before correction, 1.9% underreporting. test. I wonder if this has better charging curve than my charging test. Not sure. But you got that, what was it? Let me check here. $145 kilowatt at 40%. Yeah, I mean, it's still like it's like fat e-tron like charging speed, at least until around 50%. Another car says 17% at Hopstop. So the Hopstop is not maybe not the cheapest out there, but it's still okay price. This is the last one to be in Norway. Well, this has the same price. This EV5 Long Range front-wheel drive has the same price as X-Bang G6 Performance in Norway at least. Well, it seems like Australian government doesn't support EV, unlike many European countries. Well, that seems similar as Thailand, actually. Yeah, Australia and Thailand. But yeah, I want to get solar eventually. Because if we can get the Pixie battery up and running in August, then I have the inverters ready. We just have to hook up some solar. Maybe we can just start small with a 5 or 10 kilowatt system. So I'll be saving money. I have high electricity consumption anyway, so. And also plus that the solar will probably generate some extra views for me. Yeah, well, the beauty of it for me is that I already have the battery and the inverter ready, so I just need to add solar. So I have very low cost and investment cost, and I can benefit from it. Well, at least for now, with Norgespris, then it's not that beneficial. So we have to wait until next year, maybe, or later this year. We'll find out what's going to happen with Norgespris. So my idea was to get a mix, let's say 2 kilowatt wall mounted, 2 kilowatt or similar fence, bifacial fence. It will look kind of weird because it's not a complete fence, it's just a little thing poking out there. And then maybe 2 kilowatt on the east roof and 2 kilowatt on the west, so that'll be 8 total. So hopefully it doesn't cost too much to invest, but then that will be good enough to generate some electricity, plus give some insight in what generates the most on various times of the year. I know that during winter the roof will not generate anything, and then the walls will kick some ass. But then during summer, then the roof will generate possibly way more than the walls. Well, it depends. So it'd be a very interesting project over 1 year. or even after 6 months or 3 months, we'll start seeing some numbers. So maybe since this is a temporary installation for 1 year, it's probably easier to get approval from the municipality. It's more like a test to see how much it can generate. And then we have the possibility to get rid of it after 1 year. Or add more. Yeah, now I know that I spend around 30k NOK per year on electricity, so if I can, I don't know, find money somewhere, not sure how much I need to invest since I already have battery and inverter. If I can get away with around 20k, yeah, and then if I can reduce the electricity bill by, let's say, 10% per year, that's still only 10-year payback time. Even that would be worth it. Plus the benefit of views, of course. So the solar panel will pay for itself maybe after just 5 years. Well, of course, I have to pay for electrician installation. Yeah, they have some lots of companies will install solar for you. Not sure about the whole leasing part. Yeah, I think that also exists. I don't think so, but hopefully 10:15. My spreadsheet predicts 10:20. Tesla, well, yeah, but it's gonna be slow because it's driving slow. Mad Max, well, I don't know about that one. Well, what the heck is that smell in front? Is that Skoda? Smells bad, man. Smells exhaust shite. sun at the chat. Going down to 28%, but the pass by speculator. So what's the third charging stop? So it'll be 5 charging stops in this session. I mean, this challenge. That's more normal. Man, I get sun in the face now. Shit. Okay, 43 kilometers from Högstorp. We are 73 kilometers on Com. 25.5% left. What? Come on. Shit. Maybe struggles in the sun. have now. Juice, 22%, 62 kilometers gone, and then 34 kilometers to Superjournal. So you can probably ride 10%. It's not that crazy traffic, 6 in the morning. When does Circle K Hogstorp open then? Only for 7. Okay, can move on here. Oh, okay. Low battery warning. No. Well, all kinds of bing bongs. Still 20.5%. Sound system, I said that it was okay. It doesn't have any Harman Kardon written on it, so it's the best out there. Goes kind of not loud and man, the sun in my face now. Just there. Okay, 22 kilometers to supercharger, 18.5%. Always go deep. Yeah, we have gone below 10% every time now. 4.5 and then 6%, and then 10% maybe. Yes, I'm using ADAS. Auto steer and adaptive cruise control. Getting closer now. Yeah, I think so. 219 horsepower front wheel drive. I saw around 175, 180 kilowatt on display. 36 kilometers gone. 10.6 kilometers to go. Or 16%. Sometimes the auto steer just goes a bit off. Okay, 9.4 kilometers left. But yeah, this must be the first time I saw last night that they switched off the light on the Vallabron. It was completely dark. Okay, 13%. Going deep again. We'll run with 10 supposedly, or maybe lower. No battery, okay, good condition. Cancel, but we have 25 to 29 degrees Celsius. That should be plenty. You're not gonna cold again, right? No. Okay, a little bit down the road, then we have Oxford. Now it's 18 degrees Celsius. There's some nice temperature. Let me see here. That's 736 kilometers done. It's 261 watt-hour per kilometer. Heat wave on. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, microphone off. I'm gonna get ready. Seems like charging to 55% would have been sufficient. $3.9 per kilometer. Okay, similar price as Tesla. 740.2 kilometers now. 261 consumption. I'll try to take a little power nap here. I just set the clock. I know I have roughly 20 minutes. they have V4 stalls now. They're getting ready for some 800-volt action here. I'm gonna use the V3 stalls. See more and more of this. Maybe I should go for the V4 stalls because they are less likely to fail, right? Are they operational? Okay, whatever. Just use yeah. Worst case, the V3 stall could fail suddenly. Yeah, let's use the V4. Yeah, they seem to be operational. Okay. Yeah, maybe 2C. Okay, just hope second to last stop. Hogston. Well, wow, almost forgot. Tesla is quite quick with handshake, so we're already charging now. Let's do this. Okay, same old, 143. Yeah, it's gonna be 150 soon. Yeah, all good. Man, I'm getting kind of sleepy, so I will use this Jova pillow. You know, lots of the Jova stuff I use now, they were designed for Tesla, but I found out that it works also great in many other cars. So, oh, nice and comfy. Wait, how far? Okay, dude, these Korean cars are really comfy. Let's see if I can take a power nap or not. Okay, if I snore, then that's a good thing. But just if I just lay down for a little bit, that also helps. Slap down some sunshade here. 53. Okay, let's see. Let me just check here. In Speedia. From here, I think I almost napped a little bit. That's 120 kilometers only. What? Okay, whatever. We are almost good to go now. It's dropping. How is the power bank going? At 51%. Okay. Try to monitor how many percent it uses once the heat is retained in there. I almost napped a little bit. Amps have reduced massively, yeah. Well, okay. That's one way to say it. And now I can reform this. What the heck is that shit? Dude, what user is this? I could have sworn that there. See, what's this? Certainly not mine. I haven't saved yet. I think that's the problem. I'm not sure if I slept or not, but I'm pretty much good to go now. That's the super on the Salzburg, as you find it. They found it. Set destination, that's V3 supercharger. Okay, that's fine. 59%. Go. See how many percent did I expect me to arrive with. 26%. Okay, we'll see. I might skip it, I'm not sure yet. Okay, I charged to 60% again. It took slightly shorter time. It's that 18.5 minutes or something. Uh-oh, but then traffic. I left at 60% exactly. I think I almost dozed off a bit, but then I was like, oh shit, I forgot to clean the windscreen this time. Heat. Yeah. Okay, so this is the second to last stop. I don't have any sun in the face, so that's good for talking a little bit about how the car works. Yeah, that was around 18-minute stop. Yeah, very consistent. No cold gate, no rapid gate. Great. So yeah, how is this car so far? Comfort. Well, good comfort. Nice seats. Actually, we don't have the frameless windows. I don't really see the point of it. Many cars I test nowadays. So that's actually very good for children, because I tend to put well, I can show you here. I put the sunshade here, right? And it stays on. With frameless windows, once you open the door, you know. So this is better. Wait, okay. Daddy Björn approves. So also the Isofix in the back, very practical, easy to reach. Click, you know. Unlike some other cars where you have to dig into the hooks and try to find them, and you're fiddling for 5 minutes. So I mean, that's great with this car. But I mean, it is what it is. Drag, well, okay. Now I see that I need to put one of these. This is when we need it. Here, there. Drag coefficient of 0.29. That's not very efficient in it. So when we hammer it like now, then it becomes kind of thirsty. Actually, 2 days ago, I did a trip with the family. There we had to drive slow. Average speed was around 65 to 70 kilometers per hour only. And it was nice and warm. And then the consumption was only around 150 watt-hour per kilometer. But last night, or this trip here, then is a completely different story. So, yeah. But, I mean, it's still good, you know. I wish we had this battery in the PV5. Yeah, or maybe on some of the other Kias, the 400-volt cars. This is actually a very good 400-volt battery. Nice and flat curve. Yeah, but when it comes to the infotainment, well, software, a good thing here is that it doesn't slow down in the curve, but it does this weird, you can kind of see it almost, a little bit zigzag in the curve. And also when you're going straight, it doesn't go straight, it goes a bit in, just like the other Kias I've tested in the past. And then when it comes to the software, okay, this car has lots of physical buttons, like physical button for seat heater, for seat ventilation, you know, drive mode button, auto hold button. Like, it has lots of buttons, which is great. But in general, the software here is not as good as many other more modern cars. Plus that many times when I press something, like an EV button or do something, there is about 0.5 second lag, and I wonder, wait, did I press it? And then it comes. Oh, okay. So I feel like comfort good, like ergonomics with physical buttons good. Software, it doesn't have dog mode or keep climate on. Okay, you can use the app maybe, but like if I have the fridge with me, I would like to keep the 12 volt active, for example, USB-C, or even the load active while the car is locked and we are on an amusement park. No, that is not possible. Even when you preheat from the app, it will not fire up the USB and things. So it's like, Some good, some not so good things. That's a facelift MG ZSEV. The 72 Kilowattstunden. And that car is also kind of thirsty at high speed. What? The lady forgot to close the charge port. Dude, it's like walking around with your fly open, right? Okay, so now I have to figure out where my next stop is. I think actually time-wise, okay, I probably didn't have to charge to 60%, but I wasn't sure. But time-wise, it's better to just go deep, or at least 10%, and then charge somewhere, and then, yeah, and then the closer to the finish point we are, then the easier it is to estimate things. But then, what about Stau? Well, if there will be some kind of Mortensrud Stau, it should happen now, and by the time I get to Mortensrud, which is in 1.5 hours possibly, then there shouldn't be any Stau left. Yeah. So I mean, how do we count time here? Well, let me see. We started at 11. We had 4 minutes of there, and then a little bit of a slowdown in Sweden because of some fresh asphalt. I only count 5-minute delay. So which means you take current time plus 55 minutes. Okay, so that's fairly easy. Well, that means that we are almost at the 8-hour mark. Okay, well, I mean, this ain't no X-Bang. Yeah, it's likely to be around 10 hours. We will now drive straight into Norway. So I have to keep track of once we arrive in Schweinsund and so on. It's going to be 7 something. Okay, we'll see. Oh no, the EV5, EV6 didn't work, but I used the e-Soul profile and it works. Well, I need to wipe my nose again. I have some allergies. Let me mute myself. Okay, let me see. It's been almost 2 hours. I'm also paying attention to the cooler, so I'm testing that. So after almost 2 hours, I have consumed 30%, but it goes in waves. Because that means 15% per hour. Well, that's not too bad. But I have to average over a longer time and down to 40%. Okay. That means that 100% should last for at least 6. Wait. Yeah, more like 6 hours. Yeah, 6.5 hours, but that's plenty. Normally, when we do some kind of activity during the daytime, we are not away from the car for 6 hours. We don't want to stick around that long. The longest was around 5 hours at Bjørneparken. Oh, I see we have some tailwind now. Okay, that helps. It's 284 watt-hour per kilometer, but as always, it cools down the battery after we fast charge. Oh, EV9 Ionic 5. Wait, that sounds familiar. I think I already tried that. Well, you can try now, okay. Since there's not much going on now. No traffic, almost no intersection, I think. Okay. Settings, let's see. Roadkill, watch out for that. But yeah, now it's also fairly safe. I can dig around a little bit in the car scanner because now the moose is not that active now, and I can spot them from far if there would be any. Okay, we see EV9, right? But that's eGMP platform, so it's less likely that it will work. Yeah, we see this. Okay. Well, it seems to work. Wait, great. Let's see what kind of variables we have in here. Oh, we need to redefine some variables, seems like. Let me check. Select sensor. Do we have energy? It has remaining energy. Okay, that's very good. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess I'll redefine some stuff then. Select sensor. Thank you for the tip. have the available charge power. This charge power is nice. That's very neat, useful. Let's see. The available charge power is useless. Okay, let's see. Or wait. Available. Discharge power. That's useful. Okay. Not sure what else I can show here. I don't remember what I showed previously. I had some temperature indoor, outdoor, but that's not super important. Maybe I could just show the outdoor temperature. Okay, there. Yeah, I had the humidity. I still have it. It says 46%. And that's kind of useful to have, right? Now I had the back, okay, so 28 to 38 degrees Celsius, inlet is 17. Now we see the remaining energy is 31.5 kilowatt hour. And then way less hassle to calculate stuff. So if well, let me see. Well, okay, right now it's consuming a lot, but once we go in the Norway side, it will be lower. So consumption right now is 293 before correction. Inlet is ambient. Use coolant number 1. Coolant. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Coolant temperature 1, coolant temperature 2, then it's 17 degrees. Okay. So yeah, it is likely I could go past. I might stop at Rygge, which is on the right side of the road. So I don't have to cross the road, because actually Sarpsborg is kind of slow detour, but I have to calculate if I can make it to Rygge or not. Now it claims 23% at Sarpsborg. Yeah, I think that's okay. Let me see. I'm gonna stop. Ionity. Rygge. .97 kilometers. Well, if you have 30 kilowatt hour, that should be plenty, since we'll most likely will spend around 250 only on the remainder. So we can make it to Rygge. we get close to full speed. I go pee a bit, shoot some video, charge for possibly only to around 45%, and then we finish it. We ride on the good wave till we. And then it'll be easier to calculate also once we are there how much we need. Okay, just bird. And I was looking at the car scanner screen for a second, and then the birds flew in front. Birds are fine if there's like a ground walking animal, then it's different. Hey, dude, guys, I'll tell you guys something. It was I met this badger out in the bush, right? It's kind of scary, but it was the night before I was going to do a charging test of it was a Seeker 7 GT. Yeah. So I had to do it at night because in the daytime I could share the power with someone. It can get a bit busy, right, in the daytime. So at night, right, and then also lower prices because it's a freaking 100 kilowatt hour battery. I don't want to pay how much was it again? Over 5 NOK per kilowatt hour if I can get away with 2.1 NOK at night. Yeah. So I prepared everything, started driving towards the Hellerudsletta, and then I had too much juice. I had 12% or so. So I drove past it, and I drove the old headlight test route just to burn off some percent. And then I was like, wait, kind of want to pee. Okay, let's just stop here by the on that route, right? And pee. And while I was peeing, taking a leak, I was like, oh yeah. And then almost done, right? Just shake the lizard a little bit. About to finish, wrap it up. Then I see this badger coming at me at full speed. I'm like, the fuck, man, freaking badger. Okay, it's not we don't have honey badger over here, you know, but it was still just a regular badger, like. And I was like, what? And I just quickly run, and then the Seeker 7 GT has those stupid electric doors. You know that when I'm in a rush, that shit is not gonna open for me in time. Or it will open like a little bit, and there's something in the way. There's a badger in the way. We're not gonna open. Like, shit. Because those badgers, they have sharp teeth. I don't know why they like charge towards me. Was it because I was in its territory, some shit? But it's like, I was like, okay, I just think quick, and I started running on the opposite side of the car to the passenger side. So I thought, okay, I can at least just jump up on the roof or some shit like that, you know? Yeah, but I don't know. I heard that badgers, they can bite really hard, and they have sharp teeth. That's what I know about badgers. Or I don't know if this is just a myth, but seems like some Norwegian co-worker many years ago said that badgers, once they bite, they will bite until they hear bones cracking. I was like, okay, I don't want to mess with badgers. Yeah, I mean, it's a predator, right? It's not a vegan. But yeah, so I just quickly ran in front of the car, ran this direction, right? I'm gonna get over to the other side of the door. But then when I looked back, suddenly the badger was also scared, and it turned around and ran away from me. So, oh man. Just quickly got in the car and got the heck out of there. So I will not be peeing over there next time, that's for sure. Freaking badger territory. It could, I mean, for all we know, could be badger babies around there, and then the mother might be like, you don't want to mess with a mother with children, right? They're the scariest shit, regardless what it is. But man. I mean, I pee in the bush at night, no problem, on 1,000 kilometer challenge, right? Yeah. And that thing was, I mean, I was actually just looking around. I wasn't looking at my own sausage, you know. So fortunately, I was looking around and I saw it because it was silent. I couldn't hear it, like glop, 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 glop. It wasn't like a horse or anything. So it's like a freaking ninja, man. But I know if I ever go to Africa, where the honey badger exists, that's yeah, you don't want to mess with the honey badger. That's, I was about to say, that's apex predator. Yeah, he didn't like the seekers. Like, oh, freaking Chinese car, get out of here, man. Maybe it was a racist badger. Oh, man. Well, the car claims 15% at arrival at Rygge. Okay, plug it in, I go pee, and I come back, and we go for it. Shoot a little quick shot, and then maybe clean the windscreen quickly without needing to film it. I don't have to film every time I clean it. Car's gonna work in I don't know. Ich weiß nicht. I don't know. The guy probably gave me the free car scan, I think, almost 10 years ago. But it's not that expensive, right? If you have to pay for it. And the good thing about car scan is that it works with so many cars. So even if you sell your car, whatever it is, and you buy a new car, chances are that might also work. Maybe it was an EV hater badger. Kimao. You need a Pro. Oh, I see. Well, how much does Pro cost? $10? Maybe I need to ask the guy for a commission here. If I could just get $1 for every guy who pays for it, then that'd be great. Yeah. Free was always limited to 10 connections. Pro is 5 to 7. That's nothing, man. 5 to 7 euros only. But 10 connection. What do you mean 10 connection of what? Oh, you mean 10 variables? That's not much. I have 3 times 5 variables here. 15 variables. 10 times connected to the car. Okay, that's more like you try it, and but it's not like Vindrar. Vindrar is okay. Do you still continue the trial after 10 years? Yeah, okay. You get full access to all the features. Yeah, okay. Let me just trial it a little bit more. Yeah, but 5 to 7 euros for a Norwegian. That's just one hot dog. Mit brot. Okay, if you don't use it that much, then who cares? Don't waste money on it. But I know many car guys, they just want to know the battery status, then it's definitely worth it. Yeah, we have some tailwind now. Wind from the south, that makes sense. That's why it's so nice and warm. It's usually like that. When it gets cold, then we usually get wind from the north. Not always, but very often. Let me see how battery status now. 806 kilometers done, 262 consumption, 1.9% over-reporting, under-reporting. Yeah, Let me see if we can trust that number. 24.9 kilowatt Stunden left. Yeah, we will see probably at the very end when we have 5 or 10% left, if it makes sense or not. Because many of the Korean cars, they actually show the correct stuff. But yeah, this is weird. Okay, so an eGMP platform profile work with this, but not the claim EV5, EV6, EV3, whatever. No, but you have 8 to 10% charger loss. And then the e-Golf might not be that efficient. Maybe it doesn't have silicon carbide onboard charger or components. So you might have almost 10% loss. Well, maybe I can show the cell voltage, cell min and max. Well, I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, you can take. Will you charge from 0 to 100%? Well, you can. I mean, around about 10% off that. That would be the nasty. Because normally when you discharge it, you also get some losses. So 10% is a very good approximation. Oh, 6 to 100%. Okay. Well, then I would say that you have around 30 kilowatt hour left, and quick math. And that's almost no degradation, because it's supposed to be 30.5, was it? Or was it 33 kilowatt hour? I don't know, you have to look at all data. Plus that you can't always trust the claim remaining kilowatt hour in car scanner. Yeah, it's 35.8 gross, but I don't remember what it had when it was new. But I tested it many years ago. You should look at my spreadsheet. It's free. Cost and loss is the best. Yeah. Okay, so from here, it's gonna take 20 minutes to get to the border. So that would be 7:43-ish. And then another one. Well, we need to charge also. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. 8, and then I don't know. Probably 10:15, right? 10:20, 10:15. But I don't think we'll get any crazy traffic now because it's holiday. I notice it when I work at the university. Is that during July there is no morning stau in the morning on weekdays. Maybe I'll show cell voltage instead. Cell voltage. Min max. Yeah. 3.6, okay. Min cell voltage. Max. Okay. Yeah, I showed the charged AC and charged DC, but it's not super useful because I didn't know what else to show. But now I have the max regen is claimed to be 263 kilowatt, and then max power is 263 also. But then as we go deeper, then the max power should start dropping. And then I guess once we go to almost 100%, then the regen limit starts dropping. That's what those two values are good for when we go to the extremes. Look at the lot to okay, small battery now. Well, that's pretty much the only advantage, right? It's like I have a small penis and it takes just seconds to wash it, versus if you have a big long penis, then it's like, oh man, 10 inches that needs to be clean. versus just 4 inches. I don't know, suddenly I'm really awake. I wonder if I zoned out for about 5 minutes during the charging session. I think I did, like a little like a hyper nap. But I didn't have that much time because I was digging around 5 minutes, and then I had only 10 minutes to try to sleep. And maybe I needed 5 minutes to just calm down, and then it was like, yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah. 880 kilometers. Okay, so this car underports by 1.9%, so we have to count to 981 then. And then since last charge, now we're down to 278. Yeah, I think it stopped cooling now. Let me check. Yeah, the preconditioning is off. And then the car claims 14% that they get. Any idea when you get I don't know, man. I asked them earlier this summer, and they said they don't know when it's ready yet. I'd like to test it. It's MEB platform, right? But anything from MEB tends to be popular, so that's good for me. Get more views. I got okay views from the Seeker 7 GT. I still haven't released all the videos yet. I still need to do the acceleration noise test summary. Not sure when I have time. With a kid, it's always a bit hassle. Well, I mean, I have everything camera set up now. I just have to bring the laptop in and shoot a 5-minute video. Yeah, I can do that. Just to get it done. Might want to grab something at the Circle K, so I'm getting hungry. I don't know what I can eat though in the very short time I have there. Cheap malls? What? But you can get the X-Bank G6 is quite cheap. Just you can get the rear-wheel drive. How about MG4? The poor man's MG4, the smallest battery. And then when it comes to Firefly, I cannot recommend that car unless they fix the software. You hated it. Okay, what was wrong with it? I mean, I agree that the software is kind of meh, like similar. I give it the like the Kia Hyundai feel of it, like kind of clumsy infotainment, not that modern design on things. What about BYD Dolphin? Or even Atto 3? That's a really good value for money. But the BYD software is also like driver assistance. No, yes, correct. AC control with turbo. Okay, yeah, I agree. It's not the best, but I mean, it's still a good car for the money. Sometimes you just have to accept a few things, you know. Just like when I have my kids now, it's like, okay, I see that I don't have much more money left for private stuff I want to buy. It's like, I really have to consider everything. Like, oh, do I want to buy the DJI Osmo Nano? How much does it cost? Okay, well, yes, let's go for it. Before it was like, okay, whatever. I want to buy this, yeah, let's go. I want to buy EcoFlow, yes. I want to buy some extra battery for the EcoFlow, yes. Some portable solar panel, yeah, why not? 7,000 NOK for the 160 watt panel, yeah. Now I was like, oh man, why did I waste so much money on that stuff? Oh, okay, battery. Oh, yeah, okay, that's the problem, yeah. Well, I have a solution. Buy the car you want and then move to buy it again. A car guy would totally do that. A real petrol head, or I don't know. If it's not a petrol head, what is it then? Electro head. Volkswagen, Toyota, Nissan. Oh, don't buy Toyota. Don't buy Nissan. Shit. Ford. Super. No. Peugeot 9. No. 9. Don't buy Stellantis. If you have respect for yourself and you don't want to lose more hair on your head, don't buy Stellantis. And Jack. No. I mean, I don't have anything against Chinese cars, but some Chinese cars need to be avoided. Because I tested some of them, they're like freaking shite, man. The software is super annoying. Schweinsund 733 it will be. Alright, alles gut. Because I have to deduct for any major delays that I might run into. Hopefully not, but who knows. How is the power bank going now? Well, it's that, huh? It's at it's 45%. Wow, dude, this thing has been pumping it. Five, 6, 7. Well, 2 hours and 15 minutes roughly. Okay, back in Norway. Yeah, you kind of have limited selection there. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I know, I get the feeling, you know, it's like, I mean, it's like, you're not bisexual, you only love women, not men, right? Or you don't do any trans, and you don't want lady boys, you know, you want the real ladies, and then be like, okay, you don't want to date black women, and you don't want the Latinos, and you don't want Asians, so you're like left with only white chicks, straight white chicks. So it's like, yeah, that's pretty much it, you know. Or that's like in your neighborhood, that's what exists over there, right? You might, that's how it is. Yeah, of course. That's, I mean, it's like, yes, you are interested in other what do you call it again? Other races, but they are just not available in your neighborhood. Okay. Add 55 minutes the current time, so that will be 8:35 right now. Right, we are in Norway. We need one more stop. This is not going to be a 20-minute stop. It will be more likely a 12-minute stop only. To 50%, 45%. I'm not sure. I have to calculate. Try to guess as best as I can now. The remaining, yeah. The drop in 150k VAT next year for my EV, huh? Oh wow, dude, really? The limit keeps dropping and dropping. 150k only. Wasn't it 400k a couple of years ago? Damn. Electro head, yes. Huh. Oh damn. That means that next year the prices will jump up. You basically get, is it 25% now? Shit. You get 25% out of 150K. So that means 150, 75, 37.5K increase in price. Oh, shit. So for example, this car will suddenly cost 400K. No, 500K. This year it's 460. Det svider i pungen, ja. Time to buy all Model S instead. Or some poor souls. Or maybe a second-hand ID7. Yeah, have you considered second-hand ID7? They must be really good. You don't need all-wheel drive. You can just get rear-wheel drive. Sportback, fastback it's called. Schnellback. Way too expensive. Too expensive. Ja. Alt til dyrt. Ikke alt for dyrt. Ja. But yeah, 12% at arrival, Rygge. Well, I will get the full speed over there, right? And it should be a relatively quick exit and entry again, okay. And we have toilet there, so that's good. And I think I want to grab something quick. I'm not sure about hot dog, but I haven't chucked down two hot dogs if I'm quick. Do a quick, you know what? I don't need to clean the windscreen because I'm not gonna shoot much on windscreen anyway. On the 400K fin. Well, what's wrong with the e-Golf? Oh, you don't drive that far anyway, right? And what I've seen, the e-Golf tend to degrade less, not much, probably because there's plenty of cobalt in the battery, unlike the Model 3, Model Y batteries. I mean, the e-Golf is kind of primitive. It doesn't have any features like keep climate on or winter. Oh, okay. With a heat pump. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Wait, huh? When do you drive very long distance then? Even the FL300 has okay range, right? We're seeing winter, 30 kilowatt-stunden. Well, if it's really cold or slushy outside, you could have around 250 watt-hour per kilometer. So then, well, and also the thing goes stingy at low juice, right? Maybe that was the first gen. So maybe you only have around 100 kilometers of range before it starts going stingy and heater shuts down and shit like that. Oh, you can't get the battery. Ah, okay. Well, I have to say that traffic is remarkably low now. I mean, it's like okay, shit. But I mean, it's almost like driving on a Sunday morning, or at least Saturday morning. Feels like heater is off at 50. What? Really? Man, those freaking Germans, how they. And also this car here, why does it turn off the vehicle to load at 20%? How about 10%? That's better. 20%, that's 15. I mean, it should be, I mean, so what if you you want to spend the battery, right? This is like, okay, we force you to stop at 20%. I mean, what if you're camping right next to the charger? Like, who knows, right? Because, or you can at least set the limit yourself in case you don't want to, discharge it too much. But I mean, so what if, I mean, even at 20%, you could be too far away from a charger anyway. So it's just silly. It's like limiting the speed to 130 kilometers per hour, so that you don't spend too much energy. It seems like there's more traffic going out of the city or going south versus going north. There's almost no cars going north. People are leaving Norway, not entering Norway. Less P100D for sale, huh? Ludicrous. Wow, with 100k on the odometer, okay. 250k, wow, really? But I would just get I would try to get a Raven then, but just the regular Raven. Even that would be plenty power. Doesn't need ludicrous or anything. Because those performance cars could be, yeah, they are a bit thirsty. That's true, and they could have been driven hard. Who knows? There's a possibility. But only 250k, really? Wow. Better run the SEMA report on it, see what's wrong with it before you buy it. Man. 7:44 now. That means 8 hours and 40 minutes. And some of the fastest cars, they'll be done more or less by now. But this is still quite respectable time if you can do it in around 10 hours. And I still wonder why PV5, especially PV5, didn't get this charging speed. This is a very nice speed for a 400 volt and whatever, right? You can go 150 kilowatt-ish quite flat until around 40%. And even past 40%, it's still pretty okay until maybe 55%. Then it starts going significantly slower. But I mean, 100-ish kilowatt is still decent. Just ask any Tesla owner at 50% or 55%. The only minus is the efficiency, of course. But yeah, from what I remember, the old like 85D and 90D, they were remarkably efficient. Okay, it's just induction motor, but they had a smaller and more efficient. But like Optimus Prime, man, dude, it is so freaking thirsty. And of course, no heat pump. Yeah, and that in that regard, you wanna get maybe a Model S Palladium. Long Range. That's pretty kick-ass car. Except for that, it probably has lots of squeaks and whatever and issues. Replacing e-Golf is more about the more range. Okay. Oh. Loose connectivity. It's actually loose with one O. Loose with double O is more like it's not fastened properly. It's not strapped on or not, yeah. But loose with one, with double O, loose with one O is like Mister, you know. Yeah. So now we know. Okay, we're down to 40%. Wow. Okay, so the thing, it seems like the compressor, I'm just observing what happens with the fridge. It will run the compressor and then stop for about, I don't know, half an hour or so, and then it works like more like a regular fridge at home. So it doesn't run the compressor all the time. Probably well insulated also. That would be an interesting test. Yeah. I wonder if I can get access to the other fridge again. It'll actually take some time to do the tests. Okay, it's been raining over here. Oh yeah, that's right. It was supposed to rain in the morning. I need to refill the pool a bit. It's been evaporating, so there will be some heavy rain this evening, which is good for cooling down the environment also because it's been very hot lately. Okay, 11% at arrival. Okay, that's fine. You might arrive at 10%. That's perfect. Ionity for the win. $273 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay. It's likely that in Norway side it's going to be only around 240 for the remaining stretch now. Yes, it's 19 degrees Celsius now, 7:49 in the morning. The lowest we had last night was around, I think, 15 degrees. Even in the evening or midnight and stuff, we had 16, 17 degrees. It was amazingly warm last night. Almost tropenot, yes. The Norwegian tropenot. Okay, battery's at 25 to 30 degrees, perfect temperature. Doesn't need to preheat or do anything, that's good. Neo ET5, too bad it's kind of thirsty. That thing could have been very efficient if the drivetrain was efficient. It seems like they optimize it for performance, and maybe they are sitting on kind of old hardware like Tesla also. Yeah, many of the Teslas in the past, they're also not that efficient. I mean, relatively efficient for Tesla, but yeah, nowhere as good as the modern Teslas. And Solly here seems to have somewhat poor charging infrastructure. CPOs, they went to other places. And Tesla, they packed and left. Depends how little one of my car is warm, yeah. It's a small car. It is tight in there, you know. I noticed that my Soul had significantly more space versus the e-Golf. So Soul has better utilization, but okay, but quite short trunk. Yeah, that's the downside with the Soul. But you can stack in the height with the Soul. So I actually like the Soul way better than the E-Golf. But you don't want a Soul. Okay, wait, did I pass Soul? Yeah, I already passed the point where I would pull out Cybersport. Okay, we will arrive at 10%, perfect, get full speed. Probably around 140, 145 kilowatt, and then I have to hurry. I'll probably ditch cleaning the windscreen. If I have time, I can do it, but I'll prioritize getting some food and then pee. We're almost there now, in 10 kilometers. Yeah, it's boxier. E-Golf is more efficient than Soul. I tested it left and right. Now this sounds about right. I have 13% left and 8.5 kilowatt hour left. So I mean 100% is supposed to be around 77 possibly. 77, 78 kilowatt hours. That means that 10% should be 7.7, 7.8, but it's not going to be like that. You'll see now. The Soul is efficient at low speed, roughly on par with the E-Golf. It's just that my first gen E-Golf sucked because it had a slow onboard charger and the battery was quite small. So compared to that, Soul with a upgraded battery was way better. That was actually quite a bargain, that car I purchased. Very good value for money. So the guy who purchased it for 50k, well, he got a good car. Hopefully, I mean, even if things break, he can probably get it fixed for not too expensive if he gets some second-hand or some used parts. I went for Ionity Kungalv, Ionity Halmstad, Ionity Varberg, Tesla Hogstorp, and then now we're gonna go for the last one, Ionity Riga. So 5 charging stops. In 5 kilometers now. Wow, yeah, still very low traffic now. I definitely feel a difference. If this is a regular weekday, where is it? Thursday today? Friday? I don't know. Wait, Saturday? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I forgot. It's Saturday. Yeah. I forgot it. We've been on a trip, yeah. So it's Saturday today. Yeah, well, okay, no wonder why the traffic is kind of low. Some stuff is closed today, and then some people are not working today, plus the holiday, then yeah, that makes total sense. But already Saturday? Shit, I need to do the remaining test with this car. I haven't done it's not bugging me, shit, we're almost there. It's like charge immediately, power limited. Yes, but we are just 2.7 kilometers away from Ionity. Okay, I need to do an interior view of this car. I think that will be worth watching. And I need to do the headlight test and acceleration noise test. And that'll be it. Then I'm done. DUN with this car. Okay, microphone off. Get ready. Okay, here we come. Large John is like, yeah, from here, wait, check totals here. Since okay, 880 kilometers. Well, we have to go to 981. We have just around 100 kilometers left. Wait, this is going to be a quick charging stop. Better hurry. Okay, yeah, these chargers tends to be a bit. Let us listen to them. Bing bongs, anyone? 10.5%. You get. I can do a quick play. Wait, stop HVAC. I need to take off my jacket almost. Man, it's hot. Okay. It's getting hot now, 20 degrees. It's gonna get hotter by the time we get back. Pump the shaft, okay. Let me see. I left at 7:57 roughly. Close enough. Keep track of it. I leave on Tuesday next week. This is it, the last charging stop. We are now at Ionity Riga. Yes! Getting. Oh, okay, he's gonna go. Okay. Whatever. We are almost done. We have to drive another 100 kilometers. Let me see. Go there and then home. Wow, the infotainment is kind of slow. Dude, like, why do you bug me that I need to charge? What do you think I'm doing right now? Things here are not very logical, you know. If you live with this car day to day, be like, oh no, don't bug me, you know. We are charging in around 10 minutes. We should have enough juice. 100, okay, I need to do around 100 kilometers. So that means this time it's not going to be a 20-minute stop. It will be only around 10-minute stop. So let's go. Oh, just in time. Dude, we're almost good to go. Wow, we are pretty much good to go. Yeah, 100. Okay, look here, 149.5 here. That is what the charger is delivering, and then what goes into the battery is 143 kilowatts. All right, yes, let's go. 10 minutes. Yeah, I can see in the display. 10 minutes. Okay. Turn off some annoying nags. Alright, there we go. Eight, 10. Oh, I forgot to swap the water. Okay, whatever. We're still taking around 145 kilowatt. And we left 150 from the charger, but I wonder if the claim 150 kilowatt is actually not what goes into the battery. So they're kind of lying a bit there, you know. They also count any cooling or losses. Go! You can, man, dude. That motorcycle was way off, you know, far away. We didn't have to wait that long for the thing to pass. Okay. car clean, I will arrive with 6%. Well, that's close enough. Yeah, I totally forgot that it's Saturday today. That means we shouldn't have any morning stau, yeah, at Mortensrud, so that's good. That was 13 minutes total. That's really good. Well, okay. Oh, it's been 3 hours now on the power bank. I mean, on the fridge, and they consume around 32%. So that's only a little bit over 10% per hour then. Wow, this could possibly. Yeah, and also this time I didn't open the fridge. Could possibly run for 8 hours. I need to do a test. What it does. What? Is it longer? Really? Okay. With 16K on the odometer, wow. Eight, 9, 10 already. Okay. This is it, the final run. So the car underreports by 1.9%. So we have to count to 981 kilometers. That's 90 kilometers And then the way we count time, time is that you take the current time plus 55 minutes. That is the 1 hour, 1,000 kilometer time. So 8:17. We are already at 9:12. Oh, okay. Let's hammer it. Can we do it within around 10 hours? Well, we'll find out soon. Wow, Ukraine, huh? Are they here on vacation? Whoa, 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 this guy's slow. But yeah, let me see. I don't remember exactly, but from here to home might be around about 1 hour, right? So we might be looking at around 10:10. That's 10 minutes faster than my prediction. My spreadsheet claims 10:21. But it's not going to take it's not going to take 1 hour and 5 minutes from here. Just to drive 85 kilometers. No, it can't be. Yeah, I think we should have plenty of enough juice. But it's going to be kind of low, yeah, 5%, but that's, well, deep enough. Just have to crawl back home somehow. 168k, what the heck, man? For an e-Golf? Okay, I just have to try to survive today. Usually the way it works is that I will sleep with Axel at midday. I don't know how the heck he can sleep because I snore really loud. But somehow he sleeps for 2 hours or more. The wifey needs to wake him up. He sleeps in my chest. That's how I survived the day after the 1,000 kilometer challenge. But then I will take also a hit in views because the first few videos, usually maybe the first 2-3 episodes of the road trip will gain okay views. But then like episode number 15, right, the last video will gain less. So what I need to do is fill in with some other videos that are not the road trip, and I'll probably, some days I will not make videos at all. So, but I already have planned to do the SEWA report and some other stuff to fill in. So I might only have maybe, let's say, 5 to 7 episodes only. I could also make a couple of TED Talks or the 4K podcast if there's something interesting. Well, I already recorded 2 now. This trip, that's a lot. The charging tip for vacation, whatever I should call it. Yeah, well, I would try to at least post 1 video per day. But I already have stacked up at least 5 or 6. Now there will be more, by the way. Videos for this EV5. I wonder if auto parking works here. I'm gonna test it. And I have a couple of more I need to make. So Saturday night. Okay, so Sunday night I have to go and do my test. Yeah, the acceleration noise test. Hopefully the weather will be okay. And then I need to find time to record some stuff in the car, the charging and acceleration test result. Actually, I can gather it with a, yeah, we'll see. I have acceleration noise test result of the Seeker 7 GT I haven't made yet. But it takes only 5 minutes to talk a little bit about the result, and then wow, it's schnell, 3.3 seconds, 0 to 100, and it's not that expensive, so it's a very good performance for the money, 650 horsepower and so on. But the car is kind of thirsty. It seems like that's the trade-off. And also, yeah, I need to emphasize again or repeat that it is a shooting brake. Some people claim that it's not shooting brake, but it is shooting brake. Seeker also claims that on their own website that it's shooting brake. They try to stabilize the camera by giving it some tension. But yeah, fortunately it seems to be not too much traffic going into the city. Many people have vacation. So that's good. And then if the weather is okay, maybe Isabel wants to jump in the pool again. She was in the pool yesterday. But actually I have lots of videos coming up. Just have to wait for them to be finished editing. But I guess some people want to see some episode from the road trip. So it will mainly be the travel part, the driving parts. Driving and charging a little bit of Airbnb stuff, but if there's just one day when we're just digging around in one city, then probably not gonna bother shooting video. Well, yeah, maybe some people want to see if we go to Amsterdam or to Gdansk. What's up over there, you know? But when I Google about stuff, it seems like Gdansk is not that expensive for food. But then I haven't checked hotels yet. I could do a quick check on Gdansk versus Amsterdam, for example, how expensive things are during July. Yeah, there will probably be some traffic outbound. So past Alnabru, there will be more traffic and left lane huggers. Yeah. So if I look at the times I counted here, Schweinsund at 7:33, and then we spend 13 minutes at the Rygge, so that will be as the same as 17:46 then. 7:46, and that means that I should be counting down at 8, 9. Well, I need roughly 1 hour and 20 minutes, right? Let's see. Yeah. Should be counted at 9:05. Which means that we should reach Home in 40 minutes from now. And then, 9:05, what, really? Dude, if I count them at 9:05, it means that we'll do it in 10 hours. So this was 20 minutes faster than my prediction. I wonder if the charging sessions we had last night was faster than my charging test. if that's the case, maybe I should do another charging test. I think Yes Home now, Yemen, has low prices. Well, until 9, I forgot. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Or well, I thought I updated the data. Didn't I do that? Oh no, maybe that was for the EV7, the Seeker. Yeah, that was a Seeker. Oh, okay. Well, do I still have it here in the trash? Yes, I have. 44 minutes. Okay. Let's see, skip through here a bit. Well, I can't skip it. Seriously? Can I restore it? Play video. There, skip through it. See. Let's see what happened here. Okay, very nice speed. No, I was getting 144 kilowatt at 45%. Okay, no need to redo it. I mean, it's super consistent. Yeah. And then at 52%, then it start dropping. Yeah, okay. So the same. Yeah. Okay. I know what happened. Yep. I know why the calculation was bad, because I was basing it on the range test at only 12 degrees Celsius or whatever it was again. I had to run it at night and it was kind of cold, but then suddenly the second heat wave came. Yeah, I was testing at 120 test. It was only 11 degrees Celsius. Yeah, that's what matters with this car, that is boxy. And then when we do the 1,000 kilometer challenge, it's freaking 18 degrees. Now it's 20 degrees. So suddenly we are spending way less than the claim, whatever, right? Yeah, that makes sense. And that's why it takes only 10 hours. So I mean, that's decent, man. 10 hours is on par with many MEB cars. Well, tonight we will have the match between Norway and England, right? That will be interesting. Well, but I will be sleeping, snoring, along with Isabel. That's more important for me than watching a football. I can just hear about the results next day. Yeah, that's how much I am interested in football. Soccer. Do we have enough juice though? Let's see. Oh, it's still cooling? What? Yeah, it's still cooling down the battery. Okay, no, it just stopped now. Alright. Oh, I see. It says 11% at arrival now. Huh. Interesting. I don't think we have to worry. We have 18.6 kilowatt hour left and 60 kilometers to go, but we have Oslo stretch. Low speed means really low consumption for this car. Now when I went to Gol, I average only 150 watt-hour per kilometer, but so far now we average 261, which after correction is 257-ish. Cooling cutoff temperature, it's 26 to 34 degrees now. Yeah, the inlet start rising. It was 16 degrees, now it's 26. I'm not sure if it's timer based, let me see. It's been 22 minutes since we left the charger. Well, the car is kind of smutsy again. I just had a quick kattevask yesterday. No, I'm not gambling. Yeah, but Tusenfryd, I wonder if the kids would enjoy it or not. And it is an amusement park, not too far away. It's just a 40-minute drive. Wait, it's operational already. 8:33. I see some roller coasters active here. Maybe they're just test driving it. I mean, it could run only fans, no problem. Just, okay, instead of cooling down within 20 minutes, it can allow it to cool down, let's say, within 30, 35, 40 minutes. There's still no problem. It's not going to kill the battery. I mean, and you start cooling it down also from 45 degrees, right? So that it stays at 35 for a bit, no big deal. It seems like the Koreans are kind of aggressive on cooling it fast, using AC for cooling it. Yep, here comes the traffic, the tourist traffic. Wait, let me get over this now. Oh, this is kind of crazy. I have 26% left. I'm still not in Oslo yet. So, well, at low speed, this car is okay range. I mean, it managed to reach Pawel in one charge, right? With 4.5% left. So, yeah. With a bit of headwind also. But nice and warm weather, so I guess that helps. And now it's 22 degrees Celsius. Crazy, man, how fast it heats up. Let me see the temperature at yes home then. Wait, already? I was hoping for that we get some OnlyFans in the house. It was quite hot in the house yesterday. Normally when we are home, we will run the AC and help cool down the house. But then when we were gone for 3 days, then there was no cooling going on. The only thing was that I turned off heat scavenging, or the heat recuperation. But the fan speed was only set to medium, not the highest. 25%. 50 kilometers to go. Wait, where was again? 1.9%, so I have to go to 981. Okay. Well, the good thing is that it's Saturdays, I can use the bus lane. Okay, 8:38, so we are roughly at 9.5 hour mark now. We take the current time plus 55 minutes. We only had 4 minutes of delay yesterday. Everything went smooth. No handshake problems, nothing, no delays, except for some delay on the Norway side, of course, on the left lane huggers. But also there was 1 minute of delay because of the slowdown in the traffic. Or just a lower speed limit because of roadworks. No, he wants the hammer. Okay, here we go. Slowly overtaking this guy, but I'm already driving at the maximum speed, so I can't go too fast. .34 kilometer. Consumption is 260, which is 250. How much is it again? 1.9% out of 260. And 5 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, so that means 255. Wait. Is that the same as the Seeker 7 GT? No, I think this. Wait. Yeah, what was the Seeker 7 GT's time again? I mean the consumption. It was around 250-ish. This is a short and boxy car with poor drag coefficient. Down to 23%. 15.4 kilowatt hour left. Wait, this is not the fossil car. Yeah, good morning. Oh, fresh asphalt. Nice and black and shiny. $945 kilometers. It's around about 35 left then. past the slowest stretch. The question is, will I miss doing 1,000 kilometer challenge during the holiday weeks? Well, probably not too much. I was really sleepy earlier, and I think I had a 5-minute nap at the Hogstorp, the second to last charging stop. And then now I'm kind of awake because we are almost done. Dude, this Uber, no, okay. People are getting annoying. Taxi drivers, man. They tend to camp. Low battery warning again, but it also chimes at you. This car likes to bing bong at you. Some exotic car. Maybe I want to do a registration check out. BU368. It's a BU36887. It's a Ferrari. Yeah, BU36887. Well, how many percent will we arrive at now? 11%, okay. Good estimation for me then. Because I still need to get back home, so by the time I'm home I might be at 5%. (951), 30 kilometers left. The time is getting close to 10 hours now. We are at 46, 10:46 right now. Yeah, seems like we avoided most of the traffic. That's a good thing about driving in July, at least in the morning hours. So yeah, I wonder if it's possible to leave early. We could avoid some traffic, like on the long travel days. Just quickly eat breakfast, but then I have to do the cleanup and all that stuff, and then start driving. Because I think the peak driving traffic slow poke, whatever happens around noon. So if we can get going around 8 or 9, that would be great. Yeah. people over here, they tend to hug the middle lane because they're too lazy. Because the rightmost lane splits eventually. But during stau hours, like depends, but 3-4 in the afternoon here out of Oslo, it tends to be stau here. But then the rightmost lane, except for the bus lane, of course, the lane I'm in right now tends to go faster than the other lanes. Final run. We have enough juice, right? 17.5%. I have 11.8 kilowatt hour left. Yeah, that should be plenty, or at least enough. Okay, 8:55. That means 9:50. Okay, 10 more minutes. Well, 12 more minutes we can go without, yeah. But I mean, either way is awesome. In around 10 hours or 10:05, it's still quite good for a boxy car. Well, the crazy thing is that you can, for the same money, you can buy a Model. You can buy a Model Y standard. I haven't tested it yet, but you can buy a Xpeng G6 Performance. With all-wheel drive, the charges way faster, and it does it around over 1 hour faster. It was 9:50, right? 8:50. This is 1 hour and 10 minutes faster. What was the PV5's time? PV5 had only 71 kilowatt hour. This is 81. $9.61. It seems like a taxi driver is inconsistent how fast he drives. That's why I keep overtaking him and then they overtake me. When I'm driving super consistent, I have to drive at the exact maximum speed without getting pricks on me. .2 kilowatt hour left. Yeah, okay, that's plenty. 16% left. 963. So 18 kilometers left, but now we start getting some traffic. But we're supposed to count down at at 9:55 in 7 minutes. start shaking again. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. The PV5. It was second fastest van after the way more expensive ID bus. But I think it was even the ID bus GTX. The bigger battery cost 50% more, right? Yeah. But I wish we had this battery in the PV5. Bigger and faster charging battery. If there's there's a car that needs the battery, it's the PV5. Well, Mercedes wants to hammer it. Well, go. Okay, let me see. Yeah, 9 hours. Okay. So we're supposed to count down in 4 minutes. We're not there yet, are we? Well, I just realized that the iX3 Neue Klasse doesn't look that big. This car almost looks bigger. 969. Well, close enough. Man, that thing in front smells. I want to recirculate. 971. Okay, 5 more kilometers. It depends on how slow the traffic ahead is going to be. Yeah, more and more traffic now. Tends to clog a little bit around here. Just need to document this. We just passed Kløfta and we're almost done, but yes, now the traffic gets slightly worse. We have holiday traffickers. Yes, it's Saturday morning now, but mid-July, so we just have to see if these guys behave and don't clog the left lane. Okay, 973. Wow, 21 degrees already, 9 in the morning. That's crazy, man. On more normal days, it would be around 15 degrees in the morning. 974. 975. Nine 7.6. Finally it clears up slightly. There's always a Nisse hugging the left lane around here. It happens every time I go to Oslo and back again. This stretch is always very annoying. Uh-oh, it's 5 now, 9:05 now, 977, uh-oh. If we can finish within 2 minutes, that would be great, yeah. And then, okay, this guy needs, okay, you better go Schnell, okay, come on. Don't hug the, no, oh man. If he just waited 10 seconds, I would have been past him, you know. Oh, so low battery warning, okay, 978. 10.5% left, yeah. That was, I guess, quite spot on charging. Oh, and then it bugs me about the lane change again. And it chimes also at me. Okay, 9785, almost there. Oh, 6 now, uh-oh. 979. Well, as long as we finish at 7, we can round it down. 979.5. Okay, let's get ready. All right, let's do the countdown. 9991, 9992, 9993, 9994, 9995, 9996, 9997, 9998, 9999. 1,000 times 9:07 plus 55 minutes. That means 10 hours and 2 minutes. We can round it down to 10 hours. Whoa, that is awesome. Okay. Consumption was not 258, so that means corrected 253. Is that better than the 7 GT? Okay, and I have 9.5% left. I think I should be able to hammer right back home. I have 6 kilowatt hour left, and we have 6.6. Yeah, that we can hammer full speed. Wait, this turnaround point. Okay, it's kind of slow, but well, 10 hours. That's not too bad. Not too bad at all. I think it's right on par with many MEB cars. They also have around 82 kilowatt hour battery, and yeah, but they actually charge faster. No wait, how is that again? I wonder if is this charging curve flatter than some of the MEB cars? That's the only explanation I have how this can still match some of the other cars. And then I measured around 75 to 77, almost 78 kilowatt hour net capacity. I wonder if that's also slightly more than some of them maybe. So, yeah. But then what about Tesla? Well, you kind of need to compare it against the rear-wheel drive Model Y. I will borrow it, Model Y standard, with a 64 kilowatt hour and the flat 170 kilowatt. Wait, how is it again here? It will almost be 9:15 now, so that will be 4 hours on the power bank. 70 to 20, okay, 35% spent, 36% in 4 hours. Really? Good. Seems like we could almost run the cooler box for 12 hours then on the power bank. And if that's 12 hours, that means that if it's, I don't know what the net capacity of the power bank is, but let's say if you assume it's 99 or 100 watt hour, it means that it consumes only around 8 watt on average, as long as you open the fridge. But I mean, if you leave it in the car while we are busy, then we don't open the fridge. I even have OK power, 160 kilowatt power. What is the power limit? It claims 252, right? I'm not sure if we can trust that number. I'll just go home and charge it on AC. Yeah. Yeah, well, now it's weekend, so I get the low price now. The whole day. But yeah, let me see. Saturday, I might bring the kids to a shopping mall today, but we have to be careful and not buy too much groceries because we're gonna go on a trip soon. Yeah, I'm not sure if we want. Well, maybe we want to buy some stuff from Sweden. Yeah, at Ica, like the nice soft bread, fresh bread. So, and then also we can bring some of the groceries with us. So they don't, yeah, since we have the fridge. Like cheese and stuff. Okay, 8%. Yeah, it might be 7.5 by the time we arrive. I think that's good enough. So yeah, I could have left maybe 1 minute earlier, but it wouldn't have made any difference. But then I would be kind of low, maybe at only 3-4%. What am I supposed to do today? Maybe I can, wait, I cut the grass, but wait, I'll have to check if Öras is open today. I can bring some grass over to the recycling place, but otherwise I have to do it on Monday. Kind of need to cut the grass before we leave, so we don't, yeah, because we'll be away for 2 weeks. Most likely 2 weeks. I have it extended for longer in case we want to stay longer, but yeah. We'll see. It would be great if I also test the car, but maybe at least do a range test as a minimum. And I could do a range test and also an acceleration noise test. Yeah, I could do it the same night we are back home. That would work. That's what changed. It has slightly more horsepower. So I just want to see if it's more efficient than before. Okay, and see now it's getting kind of empty. 3 cars only. Soon another car will disappear or will go back. But then once we are gone, then there will be more. Oh, okay, they opened the windows because the AC unit is. Yeah. Okay, okay. I need to help carry down the AC. I put it upstairs. And it's freaking heavy. The Wi-Fi can't carry it. I'm gonna do a quick summary. What? Okay, home sweet home. 7.5%. Well, if I quickly go inside and do the stuff first, and then I can, yeah, let me do that. I want to record at least the acceleration test because I believe that people are interested in it. I can quickly edit it afterwards. That means I can go in and plug it in first. Just ABC in case I need to go somewhere. Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna go downtown to meet the captain. Okay, let me see. Yeah, it's been five. Wait, did this thing shut down something? Strange. Yeah. 24% or 70. Okay, it's starting up. Check my notes. 5:15. Yeah, 4 hours, 70%. Now it's down to 24%. Hmm. 46% after 4 hours. That's 11.5% per hour. That's a pretty good average, long enough. Huh. They can last for around 8 hours. Wow. Well, we're back home. So I did a little test. You see, it's 9:18 now. At 5:15, 4 hours ago, I checked here. Let's see, can you see that? Oh, wait, okay. So I plug in the fridge in the back, and it was at 70%. So we spend let's see how much is it? 24. So we spend 46% And that means average 11.5% per hour. So that means that this power bank, this 100 watt-hour power bank, can possibly feed or keep the fridge alive for 8 hours. And I did not open the fridge during that time, which is what we need for a little bit more. We are busy. Soon you keep the fridge inside here running, that it stays cold enough for the whole day. I set it to 4 degrees Celsius. There's stuff in here still nice and cold. Oh yeah. What, can you not close it? Okay, I have lots of bugs I need to clean in the front also, so I have to do that. Let's see. Okay, so I kind of need to do that. Yeah, the acceleration noises. I feel like I want to post it now. Some people have been asking for it. It is a freaking fast car. But I can maybe move this out for now. The fridge. This one can handle 100 watts. That's gonna be it. I will end the live stream. It was nice talking to you guys, and I will have a vacation. So next time will be by the end of August for the Seeker 7 GT again, but the core, the rear-wheel drive, the hardcore, yes. Yeah, thank you, thank you. You guys too, have a nice summer. Enjoy the summer. Enjoy the heat wave.